Hello! Greetings and welcome to you, brave citizens of our new world. It's me, Toronto's greatest supervillain and evil genius, Dr. Terrawat, coming to you live from the Layer 4.0. We are playing, once again today, another game of D&D 5th Edition, Dungeons & Dragons. I will once again be, hopefully, your kind of benevolent DM. And we're coming on in, playing with the A-Team once again, following up the wonderful and fantastical victory that they managed to grasp away from the other teams on our last game, as well as a recent visit to the king and a proposition made so that within the next 48 hours, less so when you guys have now gone home in the evening, but you have basically a couple of days to decide whether or not you would like to move to the surface, specifically with a job for the king that will take you to the same area that some of you have some quests. But getting ahead of myself, let's talk to our wonderful players that we have here.
Squad.
What's that?
Monster Squad.
Monster Squad.
Whoa!
On a monster.
Squad!
Squad, yeah! We're
We're
playing ourselves some D&D and chugga what? Alright, so on the top of our list, of course, we've got Cassie D20 Love 2 coming in playing Siaces Blue Leaf, our Banshee Bard.
me!
It's you!
I'm excited. I learned some spells, some very nice fancy new spells. I'm very
Hell yeah,
excited.
dude! And of course, we've got Spooty Poots coming in, playing our Yuan Ti abomination named Envrail Olo.
Spooty Poops!
It's a Spooty Poots. And of course, we've got Casey, the killing chick, coming and playing our Grung druid named Floob.
Hello!
Yeah.
E.
And then of course
Surface
we've got
moss.
surface moss. What a time to be alive. Wow. Healing surface moss. What a time to be alive. And of course we've got Warden coming and playing our Thrycreen monk named Keeper.
He who strikes first strikes last.
You'd better hope. Like, in a lot of cases. And of course, last but certainly not least, we have our goblin artificer Zax Triar being played by a one Shaskar.
Hey.
Awesome.
What?
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 Yeah.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh yes, that's right. I have a muffin box now.
You
Yes.
do. You
We do have a muffin box.
Fuck, I forgot I gave you guys a goddamn muffin box. I gave you guys a little fucking mechanical box that makes muffins if you put an egg and some flour and some other ingredients in it and then press the button on the top. It instantly makes you a single muffin. But no matter the other ingredients you put in, it always creates a muffin that is raisin bran flavored. I mean, at least it's not a cereal that's tiny banjos made of bran called Branjos.
You did not give us that item. Now we need tiny cereal.
One day you will find Branjos, perhaps, depending on where your adventures take you.
Yeah, but it's a field of it.
Yeah, I was just rewatching. I'm rewatching Archer with Enby, and like they just came up like for 2 seconds in an episode, and I was like, how did I miss Branjos? Oh my god. Yeah, I've watched it multiple times, that show. I think it's because mostly I watch that show while I'm like working on crafts and things. And I don't really actively look at it.
I watched the first
Archer.
Coma season. I watched the first Coma season, the 1940s detective one.
Yeah.
Skipped the other ones, but I did watch the newest, latest season where they went back to doing spy shit.
Yeah, I haven't caught up yet. I'm
It's
really
nice.
excited.
It's nice.
Me neither.
Yeah.
The last episode I saw was right before the Coma season, so yeah.
Yeah, it's looking to be pretty cool. Anyways, enough about Branjos for now.
No!
For now.
The entire game is based on Branjos.
Now the game is about Branjos.
And Abigail Peter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. How could Branjos ever replace Abigail P. Gator?
No, the story is about her quest for Branjo.
Well, no,
It's
it's about her quest to marry a dragon because that's her life goal. She just has a box of Branjos on her at any given time.
And once they're married, they gotta eat. What are they gonna eat for breakfast then?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so, once last we left our adventurers, you guys had not only come out victorious in the arena, but had also been called in to speak with the king, who revealed to you that there are a lot of players, so to speak, moving things around on the surface world. That there are other entities like himself, underlords by his description, that are sort of moving things around at a pace that has quickened in the last while. Not only that, but he has said that, much like with anybody else who's living here, the surface is open to you, but if you would like to go with the assistance of the king and the kingdom itself, then, come and speak to him within 2 days and give your answer, because the last groups that have put themselves together through the arena have also gone to the surface with varying levels of success, though success nonetheless. It's all success, but it's just varying levels of success. So yes, everybody retired to their particular dwellings for the evening. Following the next morning, our attention turns very specifically to the mountains in the west. More accurately, to the Thrycreen Monastery that is over in that neighborhood. I did forget that we put all of these characters up here, but we're going to be talking about those characters in a minute anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, now people know what the Thrycreen look like.
Yeah, it's like, it's whatever. We're going to grab all of these objects, and we're just going to move those to the token layer so that I can move them around as I see fit. But yes, let's go to the mountains. As you made your way home, Keeper, you and Furkik made your way back to the monastery. Sans your friend and her partner.
Yes, they said they were staying.
Yeah. Once you guys got... God, I'm still trying to... Where did I put it? There it is. Once you guys made back... for all intents and purposes, everything was relatively quiet. Making your way back to the monastery as night had fallen, things were very silent. There wasn't, as potentially expected, a large fanfare of people waiting for you at that particular location at that time. Making your way up inside the monastery proper, you're greeted with a large amount of silence. And the peace and crisp mountain air that follows you into the temple is almost a blessing to a lot of the hubbub and the sound. It's a very stark contrast to everything else that you've seen leading up to this point. Though you're not entirely alone. As you walk in, the second master is waiting for you. Very specifically, the one who had spoken with you earlier and encouraged you to go to this gathering at the arena in the first place.
As I walk in and I see him, my antenna kind of perk up. I do.
Master, I did not expect to see you so soon.
He smiles as you approach, and also makes an effort to sort of use his mouth and speak out loud.
It is good to see that you have returned unharmed.
He beams at the both of you as you stand with him in the center of the large room.
Tell me, what have you learned?
I have learned so many things in such a short time. I've learned that there is so much. Most important of all, I have learned how little I actually know. Within these walls, I excel at my training, at my studies. But out there, they count for so little.
One cannot strike a dummy and learn all there is to know. The world offers us so much that we may learn from the ways in which people choose to live.
I know that now more than ever, Master. I see now how my overconfidence would have only served to lead me nowhere, and that it was necessary to learn more, to learn how to fail, to learn what is outside, in order to truly ascend.
He smiles down at you, warmly placing one of his hands on your shoulders.
Failure is our greatest and at times our only teacher.
He then turns to Furkick, who is standing there with you in the room, and again asks,
And what have you learned?
Furkick looks a little embarrassed as he sort of shimmies back and forth on his feet, kind of kicking a stone, sort of errantly, until he looks up.
I have learned to pace myself.
the master chuckles a little bit and gives him sort of a rub on the head in between his two antennae.
It is not always the swiftest or strongest that is the victor in battle. Oftentimes, it is he who is most patient that walks away with the day.
In the silence that follows, he then offers both of you a polite nod, and then gestures for the two of you to come in and rest for the evening.
I give him a deep and respectful bow and thanks, and I follow him to where he just I follow him in.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. At the following of that evening in specific, we then turn our attention to A1 Syaces as she makes her way back to her apartment that I now have a picture for.
Hey!
In
So
Automat.
fancy.
It took me a while because finding art for fantasy apartments is not as easy as one would imagine.
Can't just go to Fantasy Costco for it.
No, you can't, though. Like,
But you can't go to Fantasy IKEA. IKEA is a fantasy.
Oh.
yeah, there is no... Okay, so just as a quick aside, I fucking learned a little thing recently that why IKEA is like a Swedish thing is specifically because in his latter days, it was said that Odin gave up war and became a carpenter and focused on making furniture for the people in his realm.
That's amazing.
That's wonderful.
And that's what IKEA is based off of.
I'm into it.
It's just providing furniture for people. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. It's like,
That's
yeah.
very good.
Whoops. So yes, you find your way back home to your apartment, though you do, as you're making your way into the complex, you find many familiar ghosts walking around and other greater undead sort of milling about, going about their evening usual business. And you find, as you're making your way up to the door of your particular dwelling, that Benjamin Hyde is waiting.
Ah, Benjamin. Hello. How are you?
He turns and smiles warmly and gestures to the door and he says, "Do you think that perhaps you and I might be able to share a night cup of tea?"
Yes, I would like that very much.
I'm just going to get a little picture of old Benji out here so that folks at home can see what old Benji looks like. The inside of your dwelling, either through your own choice or by offering of the kingdom, has been furnished with a number of like nice things. There is, like different chairs and tables, the bookshelves, tapestries hung from the walls. You have an east-facing window that looks out over sort of a small amount of the Black City, but also out towards sort of the natural beauty that is a bit of the Eastern Kingdom before it runs into the walls of the Great Cavern. It is nighttime, and as you enter, you see, about your room has been placed by some of the servants a number of accoutrements, such as bits of food and, a teapot and a few other things that, if you'd request so, had been put there as sort of a bit of comfort, because that was the way things were when you were once alive, but also at times serves as a small grim reminder of the things that you no longer particularly enjoy, at least not in the fashion that you did when you were once alive. So it acts as sort of a comfort and sort of a reminder at the same time, from time to time. But yeah, as you make your way in, Benjamin very politely makes his way in as well and sits in his usual chair, sort of over in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Politely, he removes his top hat, placing it on his lap, and then gestures to a seat across from him, if you would like to sit and join him.
Yep, I take a seat across from him.
So, he says, what did you think?
They're all quite amazing, very different from each other, just as you said. I think they're very promising.
I agree. There are so many in this kingdom that are a very promising bunch, each of them. So different are they, and so in their strengths do they find themselves. It's very inspiring, almost. I think from time to time that perhaps I might make my way out of the kingdom as well, if I were, say, able to do so. He gives himself a light chuckle.
Well, not for long, hopefully.
Oh, no, certainly not. But my duties to the king do keep me quite busy as I am here. But they are quite fascinating, aren't they?
They really are. I think I've already made some friends among them.
This is wonderful. This is very good news. He sort of beams at that, wiggling a little bit in his seat. He's... I am concerned, I must confess.
What about?
The surface world you have seen. The surface world is a place that you once inhabited. It is very dangerous up there. I worry at times for their safety. I understand the urgency of sending groups on missions to the surface to mete out the king's will and perhaps stave off annihilation or worse. But as it is, asking that of such kind and innocent people it weighs on one's bones, you know? Well, I mean, perhaps you might not know, but it's a figure of speech. He sort of gestures at the air a little bit.
Cyaces kind of nods in understanding. Well, I don't necessarily consider myself to be a strong, powerful warrior type of person, but with the people that were able to keep me, we were able to keep each other safe. I think there's strength in our numbers.
Indeed. One hopes that you may find strength in both your diversity and in your convictions in the days to come. Have you any questions or concerns? He looks to you expectantly.
Not at the moment. It's just going to be back to business as usual, I suppose.
Adventuring on the surface, being business as usual. Goodness me. He stands up and he's like, aren't we so fancy? He sort of brushes off the top of his top hat a little bit and places it on his head. And he goes, well, if you have any other concerns, of course, you know where to find me. And I will always be happy to help out where I can. Offering a small bow and a tip of his hat, he says, one is always glad to be of service.
Oh, Benjamin, before you go, Saisy's kind of eyes light up for just a second as she remembers
Oh, no.
that she has this freaking muffin box and she's so delighted by it.
Oh, God. Do you still have it, or did you
Yeah.
did you give it to Floop?
Well, I told
No, she kept it because Floop didn't have enough space in her backpack because
Oh,
of
right.
her kiddie pool.
yeah.
because the pool.
So I told her I'd just carry it for her whenever she wanted a muffin. She could just ask me.
Oh, goodness.
And so Saisy's like excitedly like pulls this little muffin box out, and she's like, "Look! I bought this from one of the shops in town. It's delightful. Watch this." She,
Ooh,
like,
he happily like sits down and puts his hat back on his lap.
puts the ingredients inside the box and then closes it and
It's like a handful of
presses-
flour, a single
Yeah.
egg in the middle of it, like not cracked open. Just place the egg on the
just
flour.
place the egg. Yeah.
Yeah, just like a few other things in there.
hmm
Yeah, closing the lid and pressing on the button, you hear just like a little from the inside, and then the intriguing and alluring smell of a freshly baked muffin begins to waft out of the box before you even open it.
The Society's like kind of excitedly like opens the lid of the box and pulls this warm muffin out. She's like, look at this.
His mouth, like his jaw, almost literally drops off his face. Like his mouth like creaks open a little as he stares at it, and then after a half a second, he's like, "Wonders amaze! Who made this?"
Out of character, what was the name of the guy who made
Par.
this skin?
Par.
A gentleman by the name of Par. If you
Of
know
the-
Par.
Yes, the artificer, Par of Par's Parts,
Yes.
the troll.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, good. Really? And he like kind of like looks a little bit closer, and you see he like digs into the breast pocket of his jacket, pulls out a monocle that is like quite clean, holding it up to one of his glowing eye sockets for reasons unknown. He like takes a closer look at the muffin as he leans in. He goes, "That is astonishing." And he made
Yes.
it. He made the box that made this.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
Isn't it? I don't have a very large need for it myself, but I am excited to carry it around and use it to give sustenance to my teammates and anyone else who might need it.
Yeah, certainly. You and I have no use for such things, but it does make me feel better for the future. You know, in that sense.
Yeah, I agree.
It's the little things like this that let me believe that maybe things are going to be okay.
Saises kind of like hears that and kind of smiles. There's like a slight warmth.
It's to quote
Makes
a
her
wizard
feel a little
once,
happy.
it's not necessarily the big heroic acts of grand adventurers that necessarily stave off the darkness and save the world from calamity, but things like this, little small acts of intuitive kindness that I think will get us through the darker times of things to come.
Both streams are sponsored by Parts.
Both streams sponsored by Par's Parts. Warmly smiling again, he stands and goes, "Well, I'll leave you to your muffin. If you have need of anything else, please don't hesitate to call on me."
Thank you very much, Benjamin.
Politely bowing and with a flourish, he puts his top hat back on his head and strides out the door, waving goodbye.
Saises gently closes the door behind him.
Yeah, it's you got a muffin box.
It's so ding dang great. I love it.
Yeah, kiss. Now kiss. Wait, Benj doesn't have lips. concerned thinking Totodile emoji.
This is one of my favorite emotes.
It's a very good emote.
Yeah. So now, gliding away from the tower, we turn our attention now to the village of the Grung, just down into the swamps of the kingdom of Autometh. We turn our attentions to the Grung village. You have made your way back to the village itself, just a small ways short of what has come to pass. Once again, I've put a bunch of assets on that layer that need to be on the token layer. There we go. Bam. So yes, making your way back to the Grung village. It's late, and you do hear in the distance sort of the sounds of crickets and crows and other birds, other forms of life as you make your way through the trees into the moisture air. You were, of course, followed closely by two brothers. It's Two Brothers. That's what that's what the show's called. It's called Two Brothers. Making your way down into the swamp properly. Eventually, Floosh, the younger of the two brothers, swings his dagger around in front of him in an adventurous manner. One day, I hope to be a brave adventurer like you. If I could figure out how to get my sword out of my hand on command.
I'm sure you will.
One of these days.
If he's not a Hexblade Warlock later.
One day. As you make your way into the village proper, there's a couple of Grung standing around. Some of the larger, sort of more portly Grung that act as guards, with their more sort of gold or orange colored skin, give you respectful nod as you make your way along. Attempting to, in some small fashion, garner a little bit of that respect, Floosh sort of puffs out his chest and walks with his elbows out, trying to look heroic.
He didn't do a thing.
No, he didn't.
Make
way for Arena Champion Floob. He makes a big gesture with his hands to the attention of literally no people. No one seems to hear him as he says this. People kind of just go about their day, ignoring him entirely.
Floop lets him do it because he feels important, and she's happy about that.
Yeah. Roosh, his older brother, sort of gives him a little pat on the top of his head. And he's just like, "That's good, buddy. You keep that up." Yeah. So that you find yourself in the village, at least for the rest of the evening. Do you make your way home?
Is his moistness available for a report, or should it be done in the morning?
You are able to make the report to his moistness this evening, should you should you wish. But you are informed by one of the guards that his enormity would like to see you in the morning, if that does find you better. And you have earned yourself some rest. And as many grubs as you can eat.
I will do it. I'll do it in the morning then. So I'm just gonna invite Floosh and Rouge to my tiny hut and share some grubs with them before we part ways for a sleepy sleep in my own puddle, because I'm home. I don't need my bucket.
Yeah. Heading into your place, there's like a small little pool of water in the middle with a great big lily pad there that you find very comfortable. And coming along in with you, Floosh and Roosh, they snuggle in with you for the evening, enjoying themselves as many grubs as you guys would like. They are brought to you, and they are like fist-sized grubs that have been dug up from somewhere. There is sort of a group of gnolls that live like on the southern edge of the cavern that have found themselves like some kind of I don't want to say like operation, but they've definitely got something going on where they're bringing some big grubs up. And yeah, big old wiggly boys, as many as you like. And by as many as you like, we mean like pretty much like a bucket's worth is brought into you guys in celebration. Some of the other grung, as you guys are making your way in there, ask if they can join you for the evening of celebrations.
Yeah, sure. She's always welcoming with everyone.
Yeah, so like 2 or 3 other grung join you, and it's definitely a happy gathering, but it's certainly modest as you make your way in to hang out with the rest of some of the other village people that you know. There's the one lady from the moss shop came by, and one of the guards came in, and another worker class grung was also there. As you guys sort of, and they ask you to regale them with tales of all the amazing things that happened, because not all of them were necessarily present in the arena.
Oh, I explain everything with a lot of excitement, especially when it comes to Mr. Carrots and Mr. Tickles. And how she saw a UNT abomination from very close without being eaten.
As you go through the stories, Floosh, despite the fact that he was there, still sits with like sort of his head in his hands, listening intently with great big eyes, is just like enamored by the whole situation.
I will destroy the world for Floosh.
I swear to God, if anything happens to Floosh, I will burn this place to the ground.
I will kill everyone in this room and then me.
Yeah, I've only known Floosh for a little while, but if anything happens to him, I would kill everyone and then myself. So yeah, the rest of the evening passes relatively without incident. Slowly, each of the grung eventually, after having a good few grubs and listening to the stories, file their way out, and you find yourself drifting off to a pleasant sleep for the remainder of the evening. And
Yeah, sleep.
that brings us to one goblin who's hanging out in Goblin Town. Where's my picture of Goblin Town? Kerblam. Hanging out in Goblin Town, we come to a one Zax Triar as you're making your way home late in the evening.
Zax is walking home without his mount, because the mount's still at Par's parts after he went out to drink.
Yeah, that's right. He did actually refuse to let you take it out after you said you weren't going drinking.
Yeah.
Very specifically stopped you.
Luckily, I was specifically not going to take it with me while I did that.
Yeah.
So just in case, whatever. But he's walking home, maybe a little bit tipsy at this point, but with a fair amount on his mind. So he's sort of like in his own world as he walks.
Mm-hmm. As you make your way into the town, it's actually pretty quiet coming in. Martis the Minotaur, who's a great big large Minotaur who carries a massive two-handed maul, is standing by sort of the large gate entrance into the Goblin Quarter, and he gives you a quiet, stern nod as you approach.
I give him a friendly nod as I pass, still kind of thinking to myself.
Yeah. Coming into the large complex itself, you are met by a one Fibge. Fibge the Goblin.
It's Fibge.
It's Fibge. He's got his little hood on. And he comes running up to you, tup, 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 tup. And he goes, "Oh, hey, so good to see you again."
Zax kind of shakes his head, his own world being a little bit interrupted, but not unpleasantly so. And he looks at the pigeons. "Oh, yeah, hi. How's it going?"
Well, it's going pretty okay. Things are relatively quiet. You know, it's late. But, what are you What you thinking about? You look real serious.
There's so much that's going on that I didn't know about. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing at the moment. But
Did you have to talk to the king? I heard you had to go have a meeting.
yeah, that's why I'm thinking so much about things now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did he tell you about surface stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, Fibs. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I go to the surface sometimes to get things like information or crackers. But
Sorry. He gets all manner of shit from the surface, as it seems. But yeah,
sometimes I have to go and get stuff, but it
Like-
can
like
be kind of
those
scary
small things you-
sometimes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I'm thinking about. Not like me being scared, because that I can deal with that myself because it's just me. But the other stuff, there's I hadn't really thought about it this before, and now it's and he starts messing up his hair a little bit, kind of having almost an existential crisis of not having known about all of this stuff or having thought about this stuff yet.
Yeah.
There's just so much.
Yeah, it's a real noodle scratcher, huh?
Yeah.
Lots of Is it all the things you want to learn? You're all about the nose bookie stuff, right?
Kind of, yes, but
Yeah.
no. It's so hard to.
I know, it's like you want to get those crackers, but they're in a really dangerous place. But God, you want those crackers, though.
Zach puts his hand on his face, in part of just thinking about getting crackers out of some lock and key fortress. Yeah, there's and there's so much up there too.
Yeah.
It's
It's real big up there. I mean, after you get past the wasteland, it gets really crazy really fast. A lot of people. It gets really nuts. But you know what helps me get through it?
What?
he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a bunch of crumbs.
Crackers. You want some?
Now I'll probably get some when I go up there, because I definitely want to go up there.
Okay.
But no, keep those for you. Those are your crackers.
He kind of shakes his hands a little bit.
But you can have crackers now.
Zach's eyes the crumbs,
Well saved.
holds it.
Well saved.
Okay.
We'll save for the crackers!
Give me a couple.
Okay.
And he kind of roots around in one of his pouches, of which he's got a few attached to his belt. And he pulls out an almost fully intact graham cracker.
How's about this?
Zach still has his hand open in front of him.
Yeah, he pays you one graham cracker, mostly.
Mostly.
Zach's eyes it over for a minute and gives it a sniff, and then immediately just shoves it into his mouth and gnaws on it. It's
Here you
Is
go.
it-
See, crackers make everything better.
He reaches into one of his pouches and pulls out a bunch of bits of saltine crackers and nom 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 and just gobbles them up.
Thanks. If I find more crackers, I might bring some back down.
Hey, don't
Fine.
muscle in on my cracker business. What the fuck?
No. I'm not gonna steal them from you.
I'm kidding.
If I
It's
was-
fine.
If I find any crackers, I'll bring them back so that you can share.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
He gives you
Wait,
a
wait.
pat on the shoulder.
If you need anything, buddy, you just let me know, okay? I've been to the surface more than a few times, and it's just kind of weird, right?
I'll let you know. We have someone coming with us that's been up there already. At the very least twice. I think.
Really?
Yes.
Is it biggest friend?
She isn't big in comparison to some of the other people I know.
The squid lady?
I point over at the Minotaur guards, like, she's not that big.
No, that's biggest friend. That's Marta's.
Yeah, no.
Is he
Not-
coming
not
with
a-
you?
No, he's standing guard. He has a job here.
I am in love with this, by the way. I'm so happy.
Laughing non-stop. I'm so glad I have pushed it off.
I know about 4 people that have been to the surface, and one of them is biggest friend.
Well, it's this pale girl.
Oh!
I shared a drink with her before I came here.
Yeah, sad lady.
Yeah, sadly. She bought a muffin box from Par.
She's real nice, but also kind of a downer, like a plain cracker.
Oh boy. Okay.
On this goblin. 2 minutes, but if anything,
Fib just, it turns out, measures a lot of things in crackers.
Oh boy.
Like, it's real nice because it's a cracker, because crackers are nice, but, like, it's good for you, but, like, you know, you could use some salt.
Maybe. I haven't known her.
But what if you put some cheese on it? Then it's really, like, it doesn't add or subtract anything from the cheese, but then the cheese adds so much to the plain cracker.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What just isn't.
My rip hurt.
She seems nice.
Yeah.
Like I
Oh, so
I don't
nice,
think-
right? Like a plain
Yeah.
cracker.
I suppose. I don't know yet. I haven't known her too long. I'll
Yeah.
find out later.
Yeah, tell me more about it.
Okay, later then, because like I met her once,
Yeah. But, like, don't forget the cheese, though.
but she's got a muffin box.
What? And he, like, his eyes open way the fuck up.
I said that before. She bought a box from Par that makes muffins.
Wait, what?
He, like, does a little jump.
At first I thought you were talking about she got, like, a box with muffins in it, and I was excited, but now she has a box that makes muffins? Wait, that's a stove! Oh, you almost got me, Zax! You almost got me! Oh, you trickster! Oh! That's just what stoves are! It's boxes that make muffins, you goof!
Zach walked
So Zax has thrown up his arms and is just walking away at this.
As you're walking away, he's like, "Oh,
You almost had me! You'll get me next time, I'm sure! He's such a trickster! Oh!
Before Zach's just like, no, you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna prove it
can't-
to you. And then they
talk
walk
about
over to Ziaces' house and knock on the doors. Show me the muffin box!
I need the box. Give me this box. I need it." Oh. Yeah, push to talk is definitely a gift.
I'm just very quiet when I.
Yeah, you make yourself you make your way to the place that is your bedroom for the evening.
Voice mod's still on, Doc.
What's that?
Voice mod's still on.
Oh shit.
And voice.
Hold on. Testing?
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. Weird. It wasn't giving it for me, but it was for some reason for you guys. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So yeah. From there, we turn our attention now to the one Yuan Ti that is in our party as she makes her way home to the temple which she sleeps. Hold on. Let me get that.
So over the course of the day, leading up to my return, I had a grand old time in the bar, which I then drank at least a shot of that wake-up juice or whatever, right?
Yes. The sobering juices that they had back at the bar, known as wake-up juice, which is a mixture of raw eggs and other spices and peppers and chili and some other things that, if you drink, will wake you the fuck up and oftentimes almost immediately sober you.
Indigestion and grump face. Awesome.
Not that that's terribly different than usual.
No, she doesn't usually have indigestion.
That's true.
Anyway.
Here.
So I slither on home.
Yeah. Making your way inward, you pass by the usual lizard folk that inhabit the temple above ground. As per usual, the matron of the lizard people offers you a warm smile and a bow as you make your way.
What's her name? I forgot to write it down.
Yes, Gatkick.
Gatkick?
Yes, GAT-KIK. It's Snack Mom.
No.
Like, no.
Significantly less snack when you.
Oh, are you able to turn your Discord up just a little bit? I've got you at max volume, but you're coming in just a little bit quiet.
Am I able to? Okay. Oh, I can just move my.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect. Yeah. Just a little bit closer to the mic.
All right, great.
Perfection.
Yeah.
Making your way down through into the catacombs that sprawl deep beneath the temple of lizard folk on the surface, towards your personal chambers where you are resting, you notice some of the usual people that you might run into in the hallways are indeed absent. It seems it's quiet, like it's not abandoned, but it's certainly a lot quieter. Any of the usual either UNT servant class people that you pass or any of the other abominations offer you a generous bow as you move past, but say nothing.
Are there guards?
There are the usual guards, yes. They are around, and as per usual, when they see you approach, they offer you generous bows and salute to you in their way.
I speak to a guard and ask, where is the other one?
He looks around a bit nervously and goes, well, they are asleep, my lady. Many are resting.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was odd or not. Okay, well, either way. She, like, kind of narrows her eyes a little bit. A little suspicious. Checks out, though.
Yeah. Checks out. It's an old code, but it checks out. Let's see. So then eventually, as you make your way to your chambers, making your way in, your personal servant, who is usually present, appears to have been dismissed and is absent. You do hear, seemingly from all directions,
Talk to me face to face.
stepping out from behind one of the pillars in your room is your brother, Alton Wesley.
Alton Wesley. Draco
Indeed.
Malfoy. Wait. Oh god.
Yeah, grown up and got hot. All right, continue.
He moves with an almost gliding purpose as he steps into the open to confront you specifically, standing in and about your room. Well, that was quite a performance you put on today, dear sister.
I could say the same to you.
Me? He gestures to himself.
Well,
Whatever
you
do you
gave
mean?
you gave my friend or acquaintance what the hell? Quite the scare.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure you're absolutely full of shit.
Best comeback of the game.
Saffron's losing her mind in the chat. What? Indeed.
I'm just staring, like fucking just staring at him.
Yeah. Either way, I wonder what it is you'll do next. Champion of the arena. Leader of our people, apparent, no doubt.
And what is it you plan to do?
He slowly paces around the outside of the room. I have an idea or two. I mean, I must say that your performance was certainly stirring, inspiring, some might even say. Why, I might even put together a little adventuring team and head to the surface myself. A great number of riches and opportunities upon the surface world, so I'm told.
So like a race.
A race? He throws up his eyebrows. A race would imply that's a competition, sister.
Everything is a competition to you.
He turns to you with a smile. Life is a competition. But not all
So
things
it's a race.
compete.
And how would you lead?
That would be telling. He gives a sly smile as he walks about more along the edge of the room. Sort of in a circling fashion, moving around the edges of it. Whose dick did Draco had to suck to get all that info? Yeah. As the early bird gets the worm, oftentimes the second mouse gets the cheese. Speed, perhaps, is not the best policy. Or, and he smirks at you, maybe it is. Who knows what we'll find in our lost kingdom once we reach it. But in your haste to get back home, perhaps you will miss things of use along the surface. Perhaps you will get there first, but I will arrive second with more resources. The thing often known to win a conflict.
It's surprising that you take my words so literally when you dance around your own.
I do like dancing. He
Evidently.
smiles wistfully up at the ceiling.
Fucking sibling.
Don't fuck him. Don't fuck him. Don't fuck him. Damn it. Well, I suppose if you do take on such an endeavor on the surface, I must wish you the best of luck. After all, it wouldn't be any fun, I imagine, if we both arrived at our ancestral home and you came either late or unprepared.
And it'd be very confusing to the rest of our people if we showed up separately.
Would it, though? He smiles an almost unusually wide and toothy grin.
Sure be telling.
Mm-hmm. They do as we command, and they always follow the strongest and closest to our gods. They will wait, I'm sure, with bated breath, as we have our game. And whoever wins, I am sure, they will follow. To the ends of the earth, if they must.
I move over to the to my resting the place where I rest, and I lounge down onto it, and I shut up, Wesley.
Fuck!
Wow.
Oh! Now that's the thing. You know specifically Alton Wesley is a name that he chose for himself.
Yep.
That was not his birth name.
Yep.
Alton may be his first name. Wesley being his last name that he's picked for himself, being very human in its design.
Yeah.
Yeah. He offers you the slightest of nods, and then seems to glide backwards out of the room. And the door...
Okay.
What's that?
I watch him on his way.
Oh, yeah. As he sort of has his hands politely folded behind his back, he sort of floats backwards out of the room. Almost seeming instantly after he's left, your servant enters, shaking her head a little bit.
I motion to the servant, and then kind of in a gesture that means to at him,
Follow him.
No, hear this shit.
Oh yeah, one of these is did you see this? What I have to put up with? The fuck?
and looks at the camera like Jim.
From The Office. Just
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
who has been watching my stream? Yes, I have.
Good night, Wesley. Good work. Sleep well. I'll most likely kill you in the morning. So yeah. As he glides out, the door to your chambers closes as the servant comes in, and she tends to whatever request that you would have for the remainder of the evening. We find ourselves now upon the next day. I do believe that you guys had agreed that you were going to meet up at Gray's Tavern. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
We
As
were
we're
gonna meet
ready
there.
to leave, we should meet there.
Yeah, we also had plans to check out the king's library or archives before we
That
we
is
left.
correct. You guys were going to head to the archives, and you were going to dig around a little bit. Does anybody want to talk to anybody in the morning before heading to the archives to meet up?
I have a report to make to His Moistness.
You do. That is correct.
I would also like to have a chat with my master before I leave.
Okay. Yeah. Then let us cut quickly to the interior of the monastery. Here we go. The monastery, ladies and gentlemen. As you wake up in the morning, it is a beautiful day. The skies are clear, and the cool mountain air washes in through any of the open windows or doors or other areas that you find yourselves in. Coming up the stairs, as you're there and wandering in through the front, you find your good friend, the orcish woman, who is also a monk with you guys there, Gushar, almost stumbling in, holding the sides of her head.
Oh.
Yeah, she does.
Is Terthar with her?
Over. No. Her girlfriend is apparently because back down at the surface area. You know that she lives in one of the tribes down below.
Yep. Okay. So I go and I try and rush to help her, kind of let her lean on me and help her through the door.
Yeah, she.
Whoa.
As you walk up and give her some support, she looks at you and goes, "Oh, "Oh, you're the best. You're my best friend. Please save me." It's just like,
Save me.
I take it you had a great night.
best night ever. Ha. Like, sort of like has her eyes squinted shut, but is like looking around the room to see if anybody else is there to see her shame as she comes back into the monastery.
Yeah, so I guess I chuckle and I help her to her room.
As you help her up to her room, she crawls into her bed and like pulls a bucket of water over next to where she's sleeping, and then immediately blacks out. So
I tuck her. I pull her blanket up over her and tuck her in. But
Yeah.
I let her rest.
yeah, she passes the fuck out. Meeting you in the hallways of the monastery inside is the first master. As you know, the one who carries some of the scars of your guys' long times ago. He sort of, in a sense, meets you very squarely, with his head held up as he sees you.
As I see him, is he like? Yeah, he's clearly motioning to me, like he's got something to say. So as I notice that I have his attention, I give him a deep and respectful bow.
He offers you a small bow in return.
Good to see that the outside world has not poisoned you yet.
I am much more resilient than you give me credit for, my master.
Time will show. As time carves all canyons and crumbles all things, it is not a matter of if, only when.
Quietly, he offers you another bow before turning and leaving. The third master, she finds her way walking past him, sort of raising her eyebrows at him, walks up to you, looks down at you.
What a bummer.
I kind of chuckle as well, and once again, as the third master acknowledges me, I once again give her a deep and respectful bow.
Yeah, she offers you a very deep bow. It is almost comical when she does it. It is respectful, but a bit of a parody in what you're doing.
Like her coattails would touch the back of her head, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, she like makes a very big gesture as she does it, and then stands up and smiles. Then using the telepathy, speaks with you. You did well. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed.
Impressed?
Yes.
Question mark?
Says question mark.
Question mark. You did well. I think that in the short time that you've spent interacting with the surface world, you've grown a great deal.
Were you in the crowds at the arena, Master?
She nods and pulls out a small gourd and takes a long drink from it before giving you another nod.
As when it is apparent that when she mentions that she was in fact in the crowd and witnessing the events of the arena, my antenna kind of curl a little bit in shyness, like a slight embarrassment, like almost slight embarrassness, like oh god. But I quickly kind of regain my composure.
Come.
I am glad.
Walk with me. She walks down some of the hallways, some of the windows overlooking the snowy mountains that are just outside.
I follow.
I would say that it is perhaps the fault of ours as to why you struggled to meet the strength of your opponent in the arena. Every fight that we've placed you in, every test of strength, every dummy that you strike, there's always there in front of you. It is always something for you to overcome, some thing you must surmount. But that is not always every fight.
She kind of turns her head towards you.
The candle that burns twice as bright burns for half as long. The orc that was fighting you was doing so with a brutal savagery and an amount of strength that was difficult for anyone to match. That said, he could not have maintained that power for long. And while your efforts to withstand his blows were admirable, they were perhaps not the way to solve that particular puzzle. Understand that almost all combat is not unlike dancing or playing a game of chess.
Oh, I do like dancing.
Knowing what you know now,
She gazes out one of the windows.
how would you have done differently?
I nod and I kind of pause to reflect.
I have been asking myself that same question over and over and over again since it happened. There are so many things that I could have done differently. Instead of trying to take him head on, I could have let him wear himself out. I could have avoided him. But I did not want to disrespect him in the arena as well. I could have potentially used my astral arms, using our hidden techniques. But at the same time, I know that this was supposed to be a friendly duel. It was supposed to be a competition. I felt like using my astral arms would have potentially been unfair to those who don't possess them, or who do not possess our wisdom, our knowledge, and our ancient techniques.
She smiles warmly, sort of turning half towards you.
The concern and respect that you show towards those whom you combat, even in a friendly duel, is admirable. One of the things I like about you the most. Even in the darkest of times, you care more about everyone else than you do yourself. That said, I think that perhaps if you had used all of your techniques, brought to bear all of your knowledge and your cunning, that you may have shown him more respect by showing him the folly of his technique.
I pause in reflection as I take this wisdom in.
Some of our enemies will request that we meet them on their terms. They will fight us with strength, a place to which they are superior. Or they will ask of us to fly, or cast spells, or shoot arrows, or do many things to which they are already an expert. They will attempt to place us in positions where we are at a loss. It is up to us to find ways in those moments to overcome the challenges placed before us.
I understand that now more than ever, Master.
She smiles to you.
Then you have done all that is required. You have learned.
She offers you a
My-
small bow.
My antenna kind of perk up at the compliment, and I offer her, and I return the bow respectfully, of course.
Thank you, my master.
She
I
holds
know
up-
that.
Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you, my master. I know still that even knowing this new wisdom, that there is still much more that I have to learn. There is almost a boundless amount of new knowledge and wisdom that I can gain.
She nods slowly, sort of at a 1,000-yard stare out the window.
The surface holds many truths, carries much knowledge and wisdom to be brought back to our people. It is true. But obtaining that knowledge always brings the risk of loss.
You know about my journey to the surface, then?
She gives you kind of a half a grin.
I know many things. I also know
She jingles her gourd.
that my drink is broken. I will leave you for the rest of the day.
She gives you a bow and turns off to go refill her booze and wanders away. If you're searching for the second master, you will find him in the main room, to which we're seeing a large picture of. Yep, gotta
Okay.
hydrate.
All right. So as I enter the room with the second master, I look around. Is there anybody else here, or is it just the two of us?
It's just him. He's kind of looking up at the ceiling, standing in the middle of the room, just kind of taking in the quiet.
I approach him respectfully, and I wait a good distance from him for him to acknowledge my presence. If he does, I give him, of course, a deep, respectful bow, as he is one of my masters.
Yes.
Because fuck that other guy.
He's still the master. He still is to be shown the respect of them, like that his position in like.
As he walks up, like, man, fuck this guy. But yeah, you see the second master standing there, and as you approach and wait quietly, after a bit, he sort of, without looking down from the ceiling, speaks to you.
There is a unique property to the stones here.
I kind of look up to try and find where his line of sight is going.
It just kind of goes across the ceiling. This whole chamber's been hewn into the mountains.
The stones, master?
Yes. The stones.
He has an almost wistful look on him.
They are precious, in that we have shaped them. They have asked of us to possess the strength and skill to turn them from mountains into a monastery. And when we met that challenge, we turned them from stones into a home, as we may turn them into many things. I understand you will be heading, perhaps soon, to the surface.
I take it the third master told you already.
He smiles and nods at you.
Indeed. I kind of chuckle as well.
Got some she drinks.
Indeed, master. That was one thing I was hoping to talk to you about. I have been presented with this unique opportunity to head even further beyond our lands into the surface. I know that my original journey was just said to just be to the arena to showcase our skill and to gain more knowledge and learn lessons. But I have been I've been presented with the opportunity to venture even farther. And I'm not really sure if I came to seek your blessing.
The concern that you possess is the distance you will travel from here.
It is farther than I've ever been before.
He
Perhaps
nods slowly.
I know it is also beyond the influence and reach of the monastery itself, of the family. So, I came seeking your blessing to travel beyond our lands, beyond our influence, beyond our reach, that I may gather anything that may benefit us.
He smiles at you and gestures over to you.
The distance that is between us now, do you think that it exists? Or is it, as many other things, empty? If you walk the steps outside of our monastery, the worlds beyond, and to the surface and the farthest reaches to the continent or even beyond there. All distance between us will be the same. All of it is an illusion.
I pause and I reflect upon what he says.
You will be no further from me if you were to travel to the surface than you would be if you stayed here. The only distance that is traveled is in one's learning. Your ability to grow.
Thank you, my master. I will do my best to learn as much as I can and grow as much as I can before I return.
He bows deeply and gestures to the door.
Before I go, do you have any advice about the surface world? Any knowledge, any wisdom about our people that could be useful or that I should look for?
If you do decide to go to the surface, speak with me. I may have something to give to you.
The decision has already been made.
He kind of like wiggles his antennas a little bit.
I was just hoping to receive your blessing so that I would not cross you or either of the rest of the masters by adventuring to the surface.
He chuckles.
The first master, I imagine, will not be pleased with anything. Least of all, anyone leading outside. That said, myself and the third master are more than happy to see you grow in a world that will offer you challenges and wisdoms beyond. Come.
He gestures for you to step forward.
I step forward.
He walks up to you so that he's standing just in front of you. Reaching into his robes, he produces a set of prayer beads. The large, almost fist-sized beads that you guys usually wear around your neck. He produces another set, though you will notice that this set isn't carved from the usual jade stones that many of the relics of your monastery are made from. Much like the stones that he wears around his neck, these stones are a dull gray.
I have carved these from the stones of this mountain, so that you may carry a piece of what is your home here with you when you walk the surface world.
As he pulls them out and I see them, and as he says that, my eyes kind of grow 2 sizes too big. and
Big
almost start
eyes.
watering just with the amount of pride I feel.
Are you currently wearing any beads right now?
Yes, I would be wearing just the typical jade prayer beads.
Man, fuck those beads.
Yeah.
But I imagine I would take them off.
Yeah, he reaches forward, removing those beads from you, and then places on you these new beads. They feel a little bit heavier, but you do feel a connection, something thrumming through them, a magic that appears that you are now almost in tune with, that seems to sort of thrum through the entirety of the kingdom. These are your magic item. These are your prayer beads. These beads of the monastery add you additional damage to unarmed attacks.
Ooh.
It is a +1, which increases to 2 at level 5, 3 at level 11, and 4 at level 17. Following the usual magic and cantrip and whatnot increases in damage.
As the master places the beads around my neck, I feel these new feelings, like the sort of attunement to the monastery, like the connection between the stones around my neck and the stones under my feet and above my head, that are, the stones that I've grown up in, basically. And I try as much as I can to try, like, to summon some sort of words of thanks, but all I can do is bow and say, "Thank you, my master. This means more to me than I could have ever thought. I will do my best to do our people proud."
He smiles and nods at you.
With this, feel your connection to all things. From our home, to the kingdom, to the surface world, and to all worlds. Know that the distance between all things is unimaginable and also unreal.
He bows to you again, and standing straight, offers an open hand and gesture to the door.
I give him
my blessing.
I was having already said my thanks and basically expressing everything that I can in this moment, still kind of overcome with all of the joy and the pride and the pressure all at once. All I can do is give him a deep and respectful bow, a nodding and an understanding twitch of my antenna, and I turn and I make for the door.
Nice. As you make your way out, the cool air of the mountain briskly rushes up to meet you, and you make your way down towards the Black City. Turning our attention back to the Grung village for a little bit. We find ourselves back in the following morning. You are called in to meet with His Moistness, His Immensity, the chieftain of your clan.
Oh, I take all my stuff and make myself pretty. I choose a pretty lily pad and I go see His Moistness.
Perfect. As you make your way in, you are greeted at the door once again by like the large sort of guard that's there, the big golden toad that is standing at the door with his big belly poking out from his usual stuff. You make your way into the room, and once again you are met with the same visage as before, a great big toad that is a golden color, sort of that it's long faded though, so it seems like more of a distant orange, but you can see him there as he has sort of like a robe haphazardly draped over top of him, and he smokes from a pipe that is a bit larger than the bucket that you sit in sometimes.
You can fit so much water in there.
As you come in, unarmed strike. Yeah, get tested out. As you come in, he smiles to you and goes, "Yes, so good to see you again, Floop."
It's good to see you again, Your Moistness.
I hear you did our clan proud the other day at the arena.
I believe so, yes. We did win a big fight.
And he goes, and blows a huge amount of smoke out of his nose. It seems to envelop and fill the entirety of the inside of the hut that you guys are sitting in.
So, tell me what will happen now.
I have seen the king, Your Moistness, and he asked us, our group, to go to the surface in his name.
He sort of leans up a little bit, his huge body sort of wading and waddling a little bit in the water that is the bottom of the hut that you're in. Going to the surface seems awfully dangerous for some such as us.
I won't go there alone. I have the rest of my group with me. There's a monk from the monastery, a tiny goblin that is surprisingly intelligent, a banshee, I think. She already went there a few times, so we won't get lost too much, I guess. And there's... She kind of gulps a bit. There's the giant snake lady, too.
A giant snake. He's like, And what does the king have need of members of our tribe on the surface?
He did state a few things, including chasing one big, huge, nasty demon, but that's not to be done right away, I hope. Or else I'd be pretty worried.
Real hopes.
I hope we don't have to do that.
Oh no, all my hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
And then I heard that there are forests that had been dead for a long time, and it makes me sad.
Much of what surrounds the doors to the surface is a wasteland.
I want to heal it.
He gives like a very interested, like his eyebrows go up. He leans down very close to you, sort of turning his head so that one of his eyes very particularly is pointing at you. His eye almost being as big as your entire body. You are a talented healer, but I fear this may as yet be beyond your reach. That said, I would not be his immensity, his most moistness, if I did not offer what help I could. He reaches down into the water next to him, down deep into the swamp, and his hand comes up, coated in mud, in a closed fist, and he turns his hand over to you, opening his hand, sitting pristinely in the center of his palm, seemingly untouched by the rest of the mud, is a lily pod.
She looks at him a bit unsure as she reaches toward it because she's not sure if she can take it or not.
He kind of like nods to you and gestures. Like,
she grabs the lily pod.
This lily pod will not grow if it is planted. However, it will bring those who have fallen recently back to the realms of the living.
Her little froggy eyes kind of like gobble up very, very widely.
I've been sitting upon this pod for many generations. I now pass it to you. Hopefully, you will not need it. He chuckles a little bit.
This is about that first round of combat, wasn't
She
it?
looks at the tiny pod and hugs it, and he can clearly see in her face and her bottom jaw like shivering a bit how like how happy and emotional she is.
Yeah, so you have your Lillipod. It is your clan's treasure, the treasure of your tribe. It has 2 times ever resurrection.
I'm sorry, resurrection.
I'm going to cherish it and protect it.
The spell that brings you back to life if you've died within 24 hours.
Well, there's a couple of them.
Yeah,
But
resurrection's the one that that's
Yep.
that's
Go on.
not as fucking crack as the other ones.
Yep.
I mean, it's enough of a safeguard.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
True resurrection is the one that's like crazy. But yeah, with resurrection, if you touch a dead creature that's been dead for no more than a century, that didn't die of old age, and that isn't undead, if its soul is free and is willing, then they return to life with all of its hit points. Neutralizes any poisons and cures all normal diseases afflicting creature when it died. It does, however, remove magical diseases, curses, and the like if such effects are removed prior to casting the spell. They afflict the target on its return to life. This spell closes all mortal wounds and restores any missing body parts. Coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The target will take a -4 penalty to its attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. Every time the target finishes a long rest, that penalty is reduced by 1 until it is gone. Casting the spell to restore life to a creature that's been dead for 1 year or longer taxes you greatly. Until you finish a long rest, you can't cast spells again, and you have disadvantage on all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws.
But it's a magic item, so you don't take all that.
You still you still take the usual stuff. It's just a magic item that lets you do it twice without having to know it. Or needing any other reagents.
Yep.
I just finished typing it in my player sheets, just so I don't forget about it.
2
Because
uses of resurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
2
That's a huge
times. Done.
They're much smaller. Get you
Floop,
back to the
Floop,
ground.
like, is still hugging the pod very dearly before putting it in her stuff.
Yeah, like it's large enough that you can fit it in like one hand. And turning it over, it is almost unnaturally smooth and pristine and clean. Seemingly, a lot of the other the filth of the mud and wherever it was seems to not stick to it at all. And it appears as a large, fresh lily pod that fits into your hand. Additionally, as you're holding it, doesn't ever seem to wilt or go bad over time. It's just this fresh, singular thing.
She still very carefully places it in her stuff. She looks at his moistness, and she bows very, very respectfully. I thank you for this great gift.
He gives you a smile, looking down at you and says, "Hopefully you will not need it, and if you return and it is unused, then I'm sure the tribe would appreciate you returning the pod."
Of course, your moistness.
Gives you a wink. Right then.
She tucks her bucket on her back. I will need to meet my peers at the kingdom before heading to the surface.
Go with all the moistness of our tribe. Bring honor and moss to all you meet.
Thank you so much. And she bows respectfully before waddling her way out.
He gives you a happy wave as you go. Big smile on his big old toady face.
And,
All right.
Quickly before heading to the city, she goes see her cousins.
Oh, yeah.
And, she just goes, "Well, it's time for me to head out." And she points towards the ceiling. And she kindly pats Flouche's head. You're going to take a great care of your brother, eh? And she looks at Rouge, saying the same thing, mostly implying that she's giving him importance, but he is the one who has to do it.
Yeah, when you tell Floosh, like, you hope you take care of your brother, he goes, oh, that's a big responsibility. And Rouge goes, it's fine, I'll take care of him, it's okay. We'll be fine, don't you worry.
And as soon as I come back, I'm gonna bring you surface moss, as I promised.
Yeah, Floosh's eyes get real big, goes, whoa, surface moss. What a time to be alive.
I was waiting for the rest of the quote.
Yeah, he like turns to his brother. It's like, I
Perfect.
actually can't even imagine what surface moss would be like. Is it dry? Is it different colors? Is it like really big? Does it have little things in it? Like worms
I will try to
or
get
flowers?
as much as I can. And
What if it's got
as-
big smoochy lips in the middle? What happens then?
I won't touch it.
Do I smooch
no
it?
longer
Is it
wanna
rude
hear
if I don't? Is it rude if I do smooch the moss?
No, I'm not king shaming him, but I don't want to hear
Flute,
about
I have questions.
I think he's learned a bit more about himself that he needs to take back.
Just kindly like pats his shoulder. I guess in these times it's all about consent.
and now we turn our attention to Henry Crabgrass, the grab-ass crabgrass who talks about consent. Consent, please.
She hugs both her cousins and gets on her way to the archives as decided with the rest of the team.
Yeah. And yeah, they both give you like a tight hug as you head your way out and make your way towards the Black City. Does anybody else have anything that they'd like to do before we get to the library?
Oh no, it's okay. I don't need to do a speech or anything.
Okay.
I have learned
Already
that-
had enough of your brother, right?
Yeah, the next morning when you wake up, you find that he is curiously absent from the building.
Curious, huh?
Yeah, it's like, or maybe not so curious after all. So then, each of you makes your way and meets up at the footsteps of the Palace of Falling Leaves. You are greeted there happily by one Benjamin Hyde, who brings you in and down the many hallways leading into the palace itself. Walking down through some... Oh, yes?
I do have things that I would have said to my folks at my temple, but I could just give you the notes about it afterwards.
Oh, if you have something, we can absolutely run a scene.
Yeah, but I mean, it might take a while.
Might take a bit?
Yeah.
We could do it after the library.
Sure.
I do
Okay.
not personally have a problem with that.
Do you
I
want to
think
do it
that would
before
be
the
fine.
library?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Are you sure?
I want to do it. I want to make sure it's done before we leave Autumn.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, today is not a day in which you guys are going to be going to the surface. You guys are going to the archives today.
Okay.
Tomorrow will be the decision on whether or not you even go. There's things to be done. But yeah, you guys make your way to a great and sprawling archive that leads throughout this palace. We'll talk to your people afterwards if that's cool.
Fuck
Yeah.
the surface. I love you.
Yeah. Fuck the service world. No, not that one. Where do we want to... Here we go. So you guys find yourselves in the archives. You are greeted at the front by a curiously bored ghost who is sitting there. A pair of spectral spectacles sitting upon the bridge of his nose as he's at the front desk, sort of gazing down at some papers. He looks over the rim of his glasses at you guys as you enter and sort of appraises each of you individually before his eyes. Spectacles! Fuck! Okay, that is
Shit,
good.
that's good.
That is actually fantastic. Yeah, looking over the bridge of his spectacles at you guys, he then eventually gazes over to Benjamin and gives him sort of an expecting look, just like, and Benjamin gives him a nod and goes, "These adventurers have been granted access to the archives so that they may learn some things about the surface world to which they may make their way into at some point soon." The ghost then sort of almost rolls his eyes and gestures to the archives behind him, the entrance that's there. Goes back to reading over some scrolls at his on his desk. Benjamin then gestures so that you guys may enter and says, "If you have any questions, there are aids set up throughout the archives that may assist you in finding specific information should you request it."
Wonderful.
Zax thanks the dapper skeleton and begins briskly making his way into the archives.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's.
Floop just follows silently and make sure not to accidentally put goop over the books.
As a matter of fact, I pick up Floop.
Okay.
And
Panic incoming.
Pardon?
Panicked croaking.
I just
Ah!
my tail.
So you're gonna put her on your tail?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. That's very sweet.
She's just gonna sit there and not dare to move.
Poison everywhere.
I mean, everyone is dead. I don't think they're going to be affected.
We aren't. And we're walking through here.
This
Well,
is
the
true.
books, the parchment might. Parchment's not dead and can very easily be destroyed by moisture.
Bone
You're all-
clothes.
Okay, she's just gonna sit there and not move.
Well, there would be quite a lot of movement because my tail moves in a very, very wide S shape as I move. So you're like, whoa.
It's okay. My head's sticky.
I just
Yeah.
like that. Here you go. This will be easier for you to travel with us.
Riding on the back.
Forth.
And not near the front.
Yeah, right at the back end.
So as we
I
enter,
just imagine an art of Vrail slithering and Floop just stuck to the back of her hood like green tree frogs
Yes.
does on a bark. I just imagine that now.
Touch fucking Vrail's hood at all, no fucking way.
so Zax goes up to the first aid that he sees and asks for some assistance.
Before as he does that, Keeper kind of asks everybody in the party, can anybody here sense magic?
Zax raises his hand as he's still walking towards the aid.
Ah, excellent. I will require your assistance with something later then. And I follow Zax as he
Okay.
goes to the aid.
Okay.
I also nod to Keeper as a yes.
Huh.
So the first aid that you find, standing in amongst some of the earlier shelves as you're just about to make your way in, shortly in there, you see the first aid, which appears to be a ghostly woman, with a sort of a long gown dress. She appears to be floating maybe about a foot or so above the ground, and her attention is mostly focused on the books. As you approach her, she turns her attention towards you before she sort of leans down to you, brings up a single finger to her mouth.
Okay. Excuse me. Can you help me find some material?
Yes.
I'm looking for anything that any literature that deals with the construction of artificial automata or mechanical made creatures.
Slowly she stands upright and then gestures for you to follow her and begins hovering further on down into the archives.
I follow along, not like eagerly, but not getting too close to her, as a respectable social distance.
Yeah. As you guys are making your way through the archives, you'll notice on occasion you do see another aide every now and then. It appears to be another ghost of some denomination or another that is just floating in and amongst the shelves, keeping an eye on the books or, going through and making sure everything is sorted correctly. Eventually, she does bring you to a section that is labeled as artificing, and gestures to the books on the shelves, and then floats away.
Thank you.
What books are you looking for specifically?
I'm looking for specifically any books that deal with creating larger creatures than simple homunculi. Zach's having seen that having studied and knows that he could potentially create a smaller creature that would have a potential will of its own, as well as seeing this spider mech that Par himself created, a larger creature. He would want to study potentially creating larger and larger creatures that may aid in certain ways.
You do find a couple books on homunculi in specific. Poring over them, just as a quick cursory glance, you do find one deals specifically in the construction of artificing homunculi, much like the one that you ride, the one that Par had created, and the different designs and different ideas that one could gain from such things. As well as you do see one that deals with the creation of fully autonomous mechanical beings powered by magic, or at the very least what is referred to in this tome as magitech.
I will definitely pick up both the one about homunculi as well as this one about magitech.
Yeah. There is a table close by where you can open them up and give them a read.
Wedding music plays.
And I will start poring over them, getting out a notebook from my bag to make notes and copy interesting passages and whatnot.
Yeah, through the different notes and whatnot that you are finding is that the homunculi that are created, while they do follow your commands, they do seem to possess somewhat of a personality of their own. They are, in a very limited capacity, autonomous. They have sort of a, what one wouldn't necessarily call it a spirit, but through the use of magic and creating what appears to be a very sort of like budding consciousness that then drives the different parts, as it was seen to be considerably easier than animating all of the individual gears and parts within a mechanical structure individually. Also, thank you for the follow, GXP Streams.
Hey!
What up?
Hey.
Come on in. Get yourself comfortable. We're talking about the finer sort of magical theories surrounding some of the homunculi. Additionally, it goes on to speculate that the size of the soul of the person who creates the homunculi can, on occasion, dictate the size of the construct that is being made. So in this specific case, you can then draw the conclusion that the reason why the mount that you have is so large is because Par is massive. So the homunculi that he creates ends up being a medium-sized creature. Thusly, anything that you create would be roughly your size or smaller.
Isn't he a small-sized creature as a goblin?
I am a small-sized creature, yes.
So it would be like tiny-sized.
Well, his size was smaller.
Not necessarily. Considering the canon that I make and I animate, can be a small-sized creature or tiny.
Yeah.
Damn it. So it almost completely rules out making your homunculus able to transform into a suit of armor that I can wear while I fight kaiju.
No,
The-
that's a
the
whole 14.
homunculus specifically.
Yeah, specifically, I could do something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So what is there any other specific information that you're looking for?
Well, I would pour over the Magitech one as well, considering that would be, or at least it sounds to be something that is different from homunculi.
The other booklet that's there talks about not only the creation of these like Magitech beings, but pouring over the different information that you see presently, you see a few designs, almost blueprints drawn, sort of hastily sketched with a lot of pieces of them missing. It appears to be very similar to another person that you've seen walking around this kingdom.
I will definitely 100% make a copy of those notes.
Yeah. It is specifically what you find here is sort of an in-depth exploration into the construction of Warforged.
Okay. 100%. Like, this would be like... Zach would be
Photocopies
like...
it.
Yeah, like, this isn't this is how you exactly do that. This is a lot of, like, here's how you can do this kind of thing. Like, this is what we're doing to make a homunculus, a Magitech autonomous being that basically requires no additional power source beyond when it's made and no additional maintenance beyond when it's made. Like, you start it up and then off it goes, and it's indefinite, seemingly. It does talk about some of the different things that can be done when a power source is damaged, or when they take sufficient damage, like how repairs can be made. Some of the other things discuss a lot of the problems that they had with what is described as agency within these particular beings, that like creating them to such an advanced state makes it very difficult to keep them under control, whereas the homunculi that you guys create through your artificing are always friendly to you, and despite the fact that they may have personalities of their own, they always obey you, even to their own physical detriment. Whereas these Magitech beings that are considerably more advanced and sophisticated, considerably more powerful, are thusly that much more difficult to control. As a matter of fact, controlling them seems to be exponentially more difficult the more effort and effect is putting into creating them. You get into a chapter that is almost entirely warnings about this.
Well, I will make bullet point notes of the warnings.
Fucking Isaac Asimov stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody tell Quad.
But yeah, that's
You've
what I
summoned
do
the
with
quad.
my time until Keeper needs me to take a look around.
I kind of follow Zach's and kind of like look over his shoulder at the stuff that he's reading, kind of jot down quick mental notes, considering I can read and think faster than most people.
Yeah, like you're reading
Fluke
it,
will also want
but a
to
lot
read
of it,
something.
I mean,
I
it
don't
may as well be
understand a lot.
gibberish.
Of course, I read it and like the stuff that makes sense to me, I absorb. But this is like there's a lot of techno babble that's just completely beyond my my comprehension.
you see as he's pouring through that one book on magitechnical creatures that it just gets more and more into red and red and red ink of all the warnings and all the please God don't do this that is written as the book goes on.
Okay, so I gain a surface level understanding of what is going on, but not how or why or or anything else.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, yeah, all right.
Floop would be off with Vrail, and Vrail did not follow Zax.
Okay. Where's Vrail off to?
She would be looking for her own books and asking about it. Like, asking an assistant about it.
Yeah, the assistants are happy to direct you to whatever section of the archives you're looking for information in quietly. What do you request for them to look for?
Or everything. Chaturga, everything. Demons, and anything called the Legion. And then I'd like look down at Flute, and then like try and get her to ask.
Fluke will want to have knowledge of the fauna and maybe some like few maps of the surface, so it would help her with a better survival to know what kind of climates, plants, and forestation that are on the surface.
Smart.
They do offer you maps. There is also a large table that you can sort of put the maps on. There is parchment and inks available if you want to make any copies. There is a number of books there discussing demonic theory and like summoning and the kinds of demons that you could potentially run into. With regards to information about underlords or informations about Chaturga in specific, there appears to be no knowledge currently available within the archives.
Great. What about Oron? Like the history of Oron, like the geography, the everything.
Oh, yes. That
Oron.
particular part of the world. There is a book that discusses the specifically like the kingdom of Oron. And they bring that to you, but it's just a single tome that discusses some of its older histories.
I look almost offended.
Yeah.
That it's just this like fucking thin ass book.
Yeah, just like fuck. And you know what the worst part is? Pouring through that book, there is almost no mention of your people.
What does it mention?
The kingdom of Oron, once upon a time, was an opulent kingdom that was in a land, at least in the southeastern corner of the continent, that used to be lush with life. There was, at one point, great jungles and swamps, great creatures that walked the land in that area, and it was just flush with gold and jewels and riches and magic beyond imagining.
Fantastic.
The book only discusses of when the kingdom was founded by some lucky few who carved out a space and made their fortune upon what appeared to be almost the infinite riches of the Oron county, building their kingdom up from there. And then when it reached its zenith, the book ends. It does mention some of the local tribes and wildlife and other peoples who lived and shared the land with the kingdom. They state that they did so happily and that there was a great deal of cohabitation and everyone was really cool about it. But they do, in a note, mention the Yuan-Ti, a reclusive, proud, and noble people. Also, thank you for the subscription.
And the Yuan-Ti is mentioned as those just as a tribe that was in this jungle, or as the people who were the ones who made the kingdom.
They were mentioned as locals. They were mentioned as a tribe of people that lived there, not as the people who ran the kingdom. People that ran the kingdom were humans and elves.
Does it say that the like the Yuan-Ti tribes were found there by those people who made their fortune and kingdom and all that?
That is correct. Effectively, you guys were the natives. Yeah. Like, they came in and built a massive magical kingdom of gold and power on top of your swamps.
I like to like
In your
get
jungles.
get the like a ranger favored fucking favorite enemy fucking humans now. All right, let's do
The kingdom was built. From what you can tell, elves were definitely at the top ruler class. There were humans among them, but they were typically the people that were there. The ruler of the kingdom of Oron was an elf.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. Well, at least that's what they think. That's what the history books say, and that's what you're holding. So.
Floop is now
Wait.
riding a more and more agitated Inn as she reads this.
Oh no! As soon as Floop saw the slight change of breathing from Rail, she leaped the fuck out.
Oh yeah.
And she started copying as much maps
I could just
as
imagine
possible.
fucking Frail just angrily flipping through a book that's like for regular people, like just with her massive hands. It's like,
On her side, Floop will kindly leap out and start copying as much maps of the surface world as possible, and she will try to taking as much knowledge of the surroundings and fauna around it.
Flames erupt from my hands.
Are you attempting to incinerate the book?
No, just I'm mad at it, and flames erupt from my hands.
While you're
And
holding the book?
What happens? Yes.
Well, to your I mean, I imagine a mixture of thankfulness and and other things. As you do so, the book remains intact.
I calm a bit. I fucking shut the book and like throw it on like a table. Is there a table nearby? I throw it on the table.
There is a table nearby. You slam the book shut and you throw it down on the table. It makes a loud wham as it does so, and you hear like a distant shh from somewhere. You can't see who said it. Like it's just somewhere deep in the archives. Somebody says this.
From my very soul. Shh.
Yes. Like, ooh.
Floop is copying her maps and doing the best she can to hold her nervous stroking. She's like, big bad lady is mad, I don't like it.
Yeah, I just returned to my just slightly increased grump. Not it's more than passive grump. It's a bit more grump than passive grump. And
So
that's
you
what-
just look angry. You don't have your resting bitch face.
I look angry.
So
You've got the full-on yellow diamond face right now.
yeah, you get the full yellow diamond.
Yeah, yellow
Big
diamond
grumps
like somebody just farted.
Yeah, no.
in your throne room
In my
at you.
room. At me.
Yeah. The king, you remember, who placed his kingdom upon your ancestral land, was an elf by the name of Thadrin Silverthread. They make mention of his advisor, a human mage by the name of Samuel Yatron.
She's going to be angry.
She takes out an blank book, carves into the front page Book of Grudges.
It's going in the book!
Top of the book, this motherfucker. Sorry, elf was named.
Thadrin Silverthread. I'll put it in the chat so you can have a look at it.
Thank you. And Thadrin
Silverthread, and it made mention also that he had an advisor that was a human mage by the name of Samuel Yatron.
Once we like
He will remember this.
Keeper does still intend on looking for some books of his own with Zax once Zax is done. and once we're done with the other players.
And you're looking for books on what? Was it? Sorry.
Oh, Keeper is also going to want to look for his own resources as well with Zach's once we're done, like, before we leave the archives.
Certainly. Zach, so you, I imagine, got all the information you were looking for with regards to these books, yes?
Yes.
All right. Once you returned them to the shelf and the ghost comes up and makes sure that they're correctly back in the position that they were in, she then asks if you need anything else.
Keeper's going to pipe up, but since she was very insistent on silence, I'm going to use telepathy. I wanted to inquire on what your policy was for checking materials out of your archive.
Slowly, she shakes her head no at you.
Okay. I nod.
No.
I nod in disappointed acceptance at the policy.
Notes can be taken. Only notes.
Understood. In that case, I am inquiring if you have any information on the history of my people.
Slowly she nods, and then drifts off towards another section of the almost labyrinthine archives that make up this space. Leads you to a series of books discussing the different sort of natural peoples of the continent, and yours is a chapter within that book. The tribal and monstrous races of the continent of Imran.
Is this above or below ground?
Above.
So this is the history of our people in the surface world.
Yes.
Wonderful. I read. If it's just a chapter, I read through it all fairly quickly, considering I do everything quickly.
Reading through it, it's like it is written from the point of view of a person who sort of made contact with your people very distantly and very briefly upon his travel to an island off the west coast of the continent itself, just past the Dwarven Mountains.
An island off the west coast.
Yes.
Take note of that.
There is a semi-active volcano on that island. At least, so he writes.
Okay.
In that, he does talk about how they are a very secluded, very reclusive people, but that for all of his blundering throughout their territory, they did not bring harm to him.
Okay.
And yeah, he just talks about how none of them really spoke to him when he found their villages. They're very monistic people. They kept to themselves. They lived lives of sort of a reduced footprint. So they wore very simple clothes. They ate very simple food. There was almost no luxury whatsoever amongst their people. Describing the beads that they used to wear around their necks, and about how many of them he imagined would speak to each other without words, as oftentimes they would simply look to each other and make just the slightest of twinges in their antennas, and then continue on with the rest of their day. Very few of them could speak the common tongue, so he found that communicating with them was very limited and difficult, but after a short and what he believed to be an entirely fruitless time living amongst them, he did make his way back to the mainland. Is there any specific information that you're looking for?
Well, I mean, if that's all that's included in this book, I can discern that this proves that my people were a monastic people before the founding of the monastery of the Empty Soul.
That is correct.
Which proves that there might be more information on the surface about if we were monastic, then there might have been a previous order or a previously established temple. This proves that there might be information on the temple, or more specifically, if I could find ruins of the temple on the island off the west coast, past the Dwarven lands. Other than that, I would, if that's all that's in this book, I would ask the attendant if there was any information on martial techniques.
Yeah,
Like
you know what?
any,
Sure.
what am I looking for?
Roll me an investigation.
An investigation?
Yeah.
Boop 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 boop. Investigation. Not that great a bonus.
That's okay. Closing out the chapter, you do notice one final and unfortunate note made by the author. That he believed that the people who lived here could certainly benefit and improve from perhaps a church being built on the island in praise to their light.
Oh, now the bug is mad too.
In praise to whose light? Our light or their light?
He just says the light.
In praise to the light.
Yeah.
Okay.
That perhaps their society could be improved if they brought their culture here and taught them to live better.
As in, the Thri-Kreen could bring their culture out, or as in other people could bring their cultures in?
Other
His
people,
culture,
like
the
Empire, would
author's
bring
culture.
their culture in.
Bring the culture in. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, just
Well, I don't know.
imagine a bunch of priests trying to indoctrinate natives.
You don't have to imagine.
That's basically
It
what
happened.
happened.
Like, that's,
You don't have to. That's right in the book, right there.
Okay.
it's-
Okay.
it's right there.
All right. Well,
but yeah.
Yep. If that's it, and if the monastery has no way of checking out books, and if they don't have any other like scrolls or, like, there's a specific term I'm trying to think of. It's like how you would record like rituals or like martial arts techniques, like
A gospel.
like the waterbending scrolls. No, not like the waterbending scroll. Like not like a gospel. Maybe a gospel. Like manuscripts.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Like any old manuscripts that might have documented like physical martial techniques, either from my people or from like any other.
They do bring
and other
you
cultures.
a book that is just like there is a section that the ghost then leads you to in the archives that is a section specifically dedicated to health and fitness.
All right.
Sorry.
So all right, I'm just gonna start pouring through as many of those as I can as quickly as possible.
Roll me investigation.
I will use my key to move faster to read faster if necessary.
Roll me investigation. If you want to do it with advantage, you may spend a key point to do it with advantage.
What about perception or insight? Either of those would be better instead of investigation.
No, it's definitely
You're
investigation.
searching. That would be
Yeah.
Investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
All
man.
right.
All right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did you spend a key?
I did.
Move
Yes. Yep.
All right. So with a 10, as you're blurring through a bunch of books that talk about things like juicing and the benefits of quinoa, you eventually find yourself onto a book that is just a series of different poses that have been drawn on pages, and you recognize this as being somewhat similar to some of the scrolls that you guys had at your temple that specifically detailed out the different motions of the kata that you would use in combat.
Ooh. Okay. I make time to memorize those.
Yeah. As you go through them,
I sit.
Unfortunately, they are for humans. What you are seeing there, and it's almost yoga what you're reading, but
It would be a lot slower.
But by comparison, it is like morning yoga compared to the martial arts that you actually practice. But it's not altogether a waste. That like you definitely do see like, okay, yeah, if you like turn this way, you can definitely stretch these parts of yourself, and like these motions are certainly
all of this
different.
wisdom is
like,
useful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
This is good. Okay. This is good. This is
Weird human yoga.
yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
I know that I need to be able to learn now. Now I know that I need to learn more than just Thri-Kreen techniques and styles. I was easily bested by that orc, so clearly I have to learn from the orc, which also means that I should probably learn what I can from humans, from goblins, from snakes, from grung. You know what I mean? I am now starting to recognize the value in like not just my Thri-Kreen teachings, which I have held as ultimate gospel up until yesterday.
Roll me. Roll me. Another investigation.
All right.
Sweet. Okay. So, going through the books, you find one last text that might be of interest. It was near the end of the area only because it had actually been written relatively recently.
Ooh.
Going over the book, it appears to be an account of very specifically orcish boxing.
Ooh. This fascinates me. My antenna
Yeah.
perk up.
That it talks about, like, specifically, not necessarily the techniques that they use, but more or less how they're almost bereft of such things. And, like, the stances that they take, that they learn sort of passed down through example from one to the next. How they make use of their, like, size and their weight and their strength in order to combat one another with their bare fists. That more often than not, you're going to find orcs carry weapons, axes, swords, hammers, but you do commonly, or not commonly, but you do occasionally find that they fight with their fists in hand-to-hand combat. So you do see one that has like a few sketches in it of the orcs like sort of standing, or one of them striking another one mid-combat. The author,
Fascinating.
The author is written down as B.H.
BH. Wonderful. I sit and I read this all with fervent admiration, and with a new appreciation for the techniques and styles of the outsiders.
Yeah, it's just an observation. Of,
Yep,
of
that's
the
it.
boxing technique. And yeah, and that's it.
And that's all I'm looking for: history of my people, and potentially more information on like old martial techniques.
This book was written by Big Henry. That's right, Fluke. Oh my god.
Bart Humbus.
Fuck, I was drinking water.
Get wrecked.
I'm
That
so,
was Floop.
I'm so sorry.
God damn
That was Floop's keyboard.
I was mid coffee sip. I thought I'd earned it after my amazing endorsement.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I mean that would be really all the keeper would look for.
Yeah. All right. Is
Yes, I have a
anybody else
question.
looking for anything in the archives?
Well, I have a question first.
Yes.
How many maps can I copy so I can add them to my list of items?
Inventory.
Inventory. Yes, I know English.
Okay, so there is a map of the continent that you can write down. Some edits and adjustments have been made to the map itself. Largely, it's the map that is available to you guys through the side there. I believe in the journal area there should be a map of the continent. Yeah, map of Imran that you guys can click on and zoom into.
Nice.
So you can have a gander at that. So that's available.
Nice.
There are maps of a few of the other areas. Are you looking for specifically maps of certain sections?
I'm basically looking for as much maps and knowledge as I can, because I don't know how the surface world works. I might just kiss a moss and be teleported elsewhere. So I'm not taking any chances.
You might smooch that moss. Looking around, you do see that like a lot of the maps that are of the continent at large seem to be kept largely up to date. So you do see them to be very much the one you have access to. So it has the ruins of Oron, like the Green Isle, the Living Mountains, the monstrous wastes, and everything else that is in between. I'll sort of bring folks so that they can have a look at the map itself. Is there another section that you would be looking for, just any and all maps, or
I'm looking at the map right now. I would probably check for maps of the 3 villages that are right after the forest, because these are probably the first civilization that we might encounter if we go that far. And from there, if we are not dead yet, I might get more maps on the on place.
Indeed, the information that you find discussing some of the surface world sort of villages and whatnot, you find of all of them that are nearing the forest there, you find there is a mention of 4 villages, or rather 5, of the northern part of the Empire Revolden. There is a large farming community called Alora, which sits just outside of the dwarven kingdom of Vraugakal. There is Igris, which is mostly a town made up of craftspeople and other folks. So that town is largely formed of like craftsmen, so people that would refine goods into other things like carpenters and whatnot. A lot of goods get brought in from the Empire and then turned into other things and then shipped back out. To the east of that and to the north, just on the edge of the woods, appears to be a village that was destroyed and largely struck from the history records of the surface. You find mention that there was a town there, but all name of it seems to have been removed from any of the records that you can find.
Okay.
Just to the south and east of that is another town of Abraniel. It is a military town where a great deal of the Empire's military is either trained or raised. And then finally, there is a coastal town of Ikris.
All right. I'm probably going to take a map of these villages just in case.
There's no layout maps of the villages themselves.
Okay.
But there is a historical mention of the towns and what they do.
Okay, I'm gonna take note of all of them. I don't want to put this any longer than it should, so you can just write them to me in private, and I'm going to add them to my inventory later.
Yeah, you know what? If you're looking over other different maps and stuff like that, you do notice that the sort of mentions of the eastern part of the continent include not only some maps of the Kingdom of Oron before it became ruins, but also of a town called Willow that was a farming community, but for some reason is not producing food anymore.
Oh, that hits me. I want to know why.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably one of the places we will try to investigate if the others are into it. But I don't want to go through. I don't want to go through the big mean city where all the militia is formed, because we're gonna get our ass kicked. And
probably not. We probably don't want to go right into the heart of the enemy territory.
Yeah.
Oh, why not?
A lot of the information that you're finding with regards to the surface world is pretty sparse. There seems to be a lot of information largely omitted, not by the kingdom, but by whoever wrote these books. There just seems to be a lot of information left out in terms of where they were or their history in general, but just there is a lot of chest beating about the great Empire of Light, Burvalden, and how, they're doing really awesome and stuff, but then there's just like, oh, and that town just doesn't exist anymore, and there's just no mention of it or no name on it anymore.
Self-righteous tit.
And then the ruins of Oron. So you do find a map. I will give that to you later, discussing the kingdom of Oron before it became ruins, as well as another discussion of what was the College of Magic.
Oh, that I like.
It was in a very prosperous town, which is now known as the Sunken Kingdom on the southwestern corner of the continent.
Ooh, there must be so much water there. I'm gonna be in my element.
If you remind me, I will give to you maps of those two places later. I don't have them on me right now, but I do have them working in the Incarnate Maps section.
All right, I'm gonna remind you later.
Yay.
So she just takes all the info and she turns to Vrail.
Mm-hmm.
and just shows her the map she got of the ruins of Oron. And she asks, is that the place you're looking for?
So the map I'm looking at now is from before it was ruins?
Yes, when it was still a lush jungle.
Like, the N looks over the map, and her demeanor softens for just a moment. And then she hands it back to Floop and nods.
Well, now we know where it is, so we can go there if you want.
She nods again.
She just rolls the maps and puts it in her stuff.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah. So you made like a copy?
Yep, I made a copy of everything you told me, and I will ask you about them later.
Sweet. All right. Is there anything else you guys are after in the archives?
Zax is going to ask Keeper, hey, didn't you need me for looking at something?
That would have been if we can. Unfortunately, we are not able to take tomes from the library. I was going to ask if you can detect any of these, any magical tomes that might have been bestowed upon us.
Oh.
Benefits.
Yeah, no, they don't. Of course, they wouldn't let you take anything from here.
Oh, if you promise to return it. I couldn't imagine why. But I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, Xyces probably wouldn't have been looking for anything in particular, and so probably would have, like, spoken to the clerk and asked what their favorite was to, like, see if she could learn something interesting.
Hey, baby, come here often.
Yeah,
Nice books, what a fuck.
The clerk that's actually at the front, with sort of a comb over that ends in a little playful curl in what was once his hair, looks over you, over his spectacles, when you ask him about, like, what his interests in books are. He at first appears very flustered, before he sort of, like, pats down his ghostly clothing, standing there, and goes just like,
Oh, well, yes. I have a particular interest in fungus.
he looks very, he, like, deflates a little bit, almost looking, like, a little embarrassed.
Oh, tell me about it.
Well, yes, you see, and he turns his book towards you, that he has on the table, and sort of launches into what is a very excited and very passionate explanation of the different kinds of spores, molds, and funguses that exist throughout the world, and all the different things that it does, and that there's even a kind of, like, mushrooms that can control people, and there's, like, all these, and these ones just grow on the sides of trees in these big discs, and the right kind of person in the kingdom way back in the day would pay you a ton of money for them, and, like, there's these other mushrooms are so big that you could sit on them, but please God, don't sit on them, you'll die so bad, you'll die. Like, super happy and passionate. He launches into this. He goes on for a while.
That's wonderful. Xyces is delighted and offers him a soft smile as she's listening.
Flock will probably pop in the conversation and listen to because she loves moss.
Oh, he's still way back at the entrance. This is a clerk who's watching the front desk.
That being said, me and Floop would, like, if we were done in our area, we would have gone back to the entrance, eventually wandered back.
Yeah.
At some point during that conversation, maybe.
Yeah. Every now and then, he sort of, as he's gushing, stops to, like, make sure that you're okay, that he continues to gush.
Love it. I love it.
And then gets right back into it.
Ask about the special interests.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Like, that's what's up. So he, But yeah, as he eventually gets through it, then as he's sort of on like the tail end of like and there's like these kinds you can put into food, and some of them don't have a flavor and they absorb the flavors of the things you cook them with, and others like enhance flavors and do these and these things. There's even people that use them in place of bread, which is crazy, and like such and such, and. As your party compatriots begin making their way back to the front area, he sort of like clams up a little bit, closes his book, and goes like, I would be if you would like to continue talking more at some point, I would be amenable to that.
With my passive perception, would I have been able to tell what they were talking about before, like, he shut up about it, or before he piped down?
Yeah, with your passive perception, he was definitely talking about mushrooms.
Okay. Well, then, without targeting anyone.
Dear diary, I met a pretty lady that let me speak about fungus without judging me. This is a good day.
when I got up to them, and without targeting an enemy, I use my halo of spores.
Oh.
You just unleash spores?
Yeah. They're all fucking undead.
Do you want to?
He's gonna ectoplasm himself.
It's purely for the visual.
Yeah.
So you just like walk into the thing, and as he very timidly sort of asks Cyaces on a date, you're just like just like spores everywhere. As they sprinkle through the air, he's just like there is like a good hard 5 seconds of awe as he stands in the like just these clouds as they're going everywhere, and then he suddenly snaps back to reality, and it's just like, oh no, the books. It's just like starts trying to cover everything that's like in the area, like, no, don't get spores on the books.
Oh my gosh.
Oh goodness.
As a druid, Floop would probably know the nature of these spores.
Yep.
And
that they would, like, unless they were specifically attacking something, they dissipate harmlessly.
Oh, don't worry. These types of spore don't attach to anything unless it's they are being cast in a harmful way. They're going to be fine.
He's sort of like, just in panic, almost looks over his spectacles at the rest of you, and is just like, oh, well then. Very, very good. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I don't know that I got your name. I'm Cyaces. These are my friends.
He's like immediately like just falls apart in that moment, as he sort of like extends his hand politely to sort of do one of those like fantasy noble like handshakes, like ooh. He sort of like holds his hand out politely, and it's just like, I am Eric Spangler.
Yeah. Wow.
Lovely to meet you.
Alright, time to write that down. Eric
It is very
Spangler,
nice to meet you as
She
well.
accepts the fantasy handshake.
Oh, he does like a fucking curtsy. When you like give him your hand, he does like a little bow, like a fancy thing. It's, you imagine it was practiced by how nice it is. But yes, yes, Toddberry, fuck you too. Yeah. He bows. He says,
Yes, if you would like to continue conversing sometime, you may find me here in the archives, or potentially around the complex in the afternoons.
Lovely. we shall speak soon, I'm sure of it.
So lovely. Yes, I will see you later, hopefully, whenever you ask for it. Oh God! He just just floats backwards and like disappears through a wall. Just like no. Just like warp like into a shelf and leaves behind like a little him-shaped like ectoplasm outprint of himself on a wall.
As he's like running off, Zax like happily waves and said, "Bye, thanks for the help."
And you just hear an echo from the other end of the archives. I'm blowing it.
I'm blowing it.
There's no way I could make Ghosts and not make a Ghostbusters reference. So you can kindly all fuck right off. But yeah, you guys now find yourselves just outside the large, massive doors that lead into the archives.
It's bright, y'all.
So Zax looks at the rest of the party, and asks, "So, have any of you talked to the skeleton in the top hat about our reward from the arena?"
Fuck!
Oh, you mean Benjamin?
Yes. I had heard that we were supposed to be getting a reward.
What is everyone's passive perception?
Good question.
20.
It is not. You shut up.
Look at my sheet. It's 20.
You have a
Mine's
plus
13.
10.
I have a +5 and a thing that's +5 passive perception.
Her
So
feet that she got
your
when she
wisdom is
doubled up.
+2.
Yep.
So it would be 12. Do you have a +7 in passive perceptions?
I have 2 modifier from wisdom. I have proficiency in perception, and then
Okay.
+5 from a feat.
What feat?
Observant.
Observant. Hold on. hold the phone.
Click it.
Observant.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
It's in chat.
Yeah, increases your intelligence. Okay. If you can see a creature's mouth while speaking, +5 bonus to your passive wisdom perception and Okay.
20.
Damn, diggity damn.
Mine would be 17.
Mine
Fuck.
would be 13.
So
13.
while everybody is standing in a circle, talking about their earnings from the arena, you noticed first that Benjamin Hyde is standing amongst you. There is a Benjamin amongst us.
Would I, with that passive perception, seen how he got there?
No.
Fair enough.
Because you don't know his bonuses, and he rolled a 20. You're just like, you are a fucking razor's edge on how, like, observant of your surroundings you are, even passively. And it's just like, you guys are like, yeah, didn't we get, like, I remember someone saying that there was going to be, for the arena, like, some kind of winnings, and you, just before he speaks, see him standing there.
And now my hand is on my scimitar.
Yeah, and he goes, yeah, yes, it is funny that you mentioned that. Just this.
Zax does a double take.
Yeah.
Hey, I was talking about you, and I point at him.
Yes, good afternoon, intrepid adventurers. It's so wonderful to see you all again today, looking healthy and happy and wonderful as you are. I do have with me your winnings from the arena.
That's exactly what I was talking about. And I look over to the rest of the group. It's like, what is this? What's happening here?
What's what?
Yeah, Syces is just like, oh, you get used to this. It's fine.
Syces is on.
Oh, absolutely unfazed.
Well, since
there
she
you are.
didn't expect Benj to be there and speak, as a reflex,
Benji.
Floop just hush downs on all fours and puffs like a pixie frog.
Oh my god! And then rolls away like.
Like a Wooloo, just like rolling.
Oh, God.
And when she realizes who it is, she just depuffs and kind of
Slowly.
blushes.
Yeah.
Hi.
Happily, he holds up a little sack of coins. Who will be accepting this amongst you?
I hold out my hand.
He places a sack of coins in your hand. It is a sack of 500 gold.
All right. How many
Oh.
do I hear? 5. Great. That evens it out.
Now, the B team might be asking themselves in the chat, why didn't we get a whole bunch of money when we survived our ordeal in the arena? And that is because your arena thing was not sponsored by Parts. Amongst other things. It was not, at least their version of advertised and televised, so...
I would like to note that you said that there are 5 of us, but
Mhm.
I was not part of the arena fights.
There are 5 of us. If you're coming
Congratulations.
along,
Well,
Part, you're a member of the
that's-
party.
very kind of you. Thank you very much.
you're going to need coin on your adventure, correct?
You're coming with us, of course.
If you're not coming with us, then I won't give you the. How much is in here?
Oh,
She asks Benji.
500 gold pieces.
All right. If you aren't coming with us, you aren't going to get 100 gold.
Oh, I'm coming with, but I don't. Thank you. I wasn't
Are you
expecting to get
accepting it or not?
paid money.
Are you accepting it or not?
Thank
She
you.
said
I will.
this.
Syces kind of like nods towards,
All right.
and
Are
Just-
you
I-
or
I
are you
will-
not accepting money?
I will.
Then-
I will make good use of this. Thank you.
Then I hand everybody 100 gold and keep the pouch.
My pouch.
When
Man.
when she when Floop receives her part, she's like, "Wow, look how many moss I can buy with this."
Don't buy moss. What are you doing?
No, everybody give your money back. It's not happening.
No, you're not allowed to have this money.
We're
No.
keeping the money for other things now.
And she puts it in her bag, super happy to have made an earning.
Then what do you?
All right.
She
Um,
grumbles.
Well, Zach's clapping his hand. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I've got some things to buy.
Well,
Best be.
What's everybody else's plans?
Well, have we decided on whether or not we are going to? I stop, and I stare at Benji.
he looks back at you, smiling.
Stare at him until he leaves.
He doesn't if you don't say anything. He'll just happily stare at you back.
I kind of like look between them for a moment or so, and then turn to the rest of the group. Does anybody else have plans to buy some stuff?
Well, it would be useful to equip ourselves properly before heading out there.
I nod.
I'm gonna follow you.
I agree.
Okay.
Best
I have everything I require.
Okay. All right then. Shopping, and Zach points his finger up into the air, and then turns and starts walking towards the market district.
Yeah. Nobody stops you. Benjamin maintains his presence with the group that's there. And after Zach's wanders off out the front of the palace. He turns to the rest of the group and says, "Is there anything else that I may assist you with while you're here in the palace?"
Of what other assistance can you be?
Well, I could certainly answer questions. I could join you for a pleasant cup of tea. I could give you a tour of the city. Any number of things, I suppose.
I just like look to Cyaces and I shrug like one shoulder.
One shoulder of the two shoulders.
One of the
Well, I suppose we know where to find you if we have need of you. For now, I think we're okay.
Excellent. And he keeps standing there.
Alright.
Yeah, I start going off towards Zax.
There you go. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I follow Zax as well.
I just kind of like I kind of nod over at Benjamin. I say, "Chat soon, Benjamin."
He waves to you and says like, "Oh yes, of course."
And I make my way over to the rest of
And
the
he
group.
just stands there. I'm thinking of the freaking butler dude from in that game, that terrible fucking, was it a Tomb Raider game?
No, yes, it was.
The fucking butler from that Tomb Raider
That you
game.
can lock
that
in the freezer.
if you if you're walking around, like if you suddenly turn around, he's always 10 feet behind you.
No,
Oh, it was a Sherlock Holmes game.
Sherlock Holmes.
The Watson who only ever moves when he's out of frame.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's terrifying.
I'll
Yeah.
find a video and I'll send it to you.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
Yep. So Zax, having lived in the city, knows where the market square is, so he'll lead the group in that direction.
Great.
I was just waiting for it to get to that point where it's just like, well, congratulations. I would like to cordially invite you, yes, to leave.
I mean, he didn't say it, so.
No, he was absolutely waiting to see if anything would happen or if he was needed because, like, very technically you were standing in the place where he lives, so he was waiting to see if you guys needed anything or whatever, but he's not going to, like, leave you unattended in the halls, so. But yes. Making your way outside and down to the market space.
I speak to the group. Have we decided that we are going on this adventure?
That is a...
Ooh.
There we go. Let's get that. There we go.
I have made the perfect meme for my current attitude towards any NPC we encounter in the game.
That's the end.
So I say to the group, have we decided that we are making our way to the surface for the king?
I'd like to.
Obviously, I would like to as well.
I have decided. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I showed you the map earlier and I said that we can go there, so it implies that I follow.
Alright, I look to Zax and I ask him, where can we buy things for camping?
Oh, there's several general shops and supply and equipment places around, and I start heading in the direction of at least the general one, not super fancy, but not like run.
Well, do I have for you the perfect location? You guys head on down the street and find yourself in the one, the only Goober and Gobble's garbage store.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Goobers and Gobbles is a general store that is a mixture of adventuring gear and a bunch of other sort of mishmash stuff that is gathered from the surface and or used for playing the game Mishmash. You make your way in and are greeted, of course, by Goober the Goblin, who is wearing on his head his frog named Gobble.
Awesome.
Well, of course, Floop is gonna have a certain interest to the frog.
Yeah. As you come in, he actually has another frog, which appears to be larger and sort of bulbous and irregular, in a box that he seems to be trying to feed some bugs to. When you guys come in, he happily turns towards you with his little toad sitting on top of his head and goes,
Oh, hello. Welcome to Goober and Gobble's Emporium. What are you guys looking for?
I go to speak, and with that 20 passive perception, the center of the place touches my tongue, and I close my mouth.
Yeah, that's Piffles' frog Grumbus, Rainer. That's the frog that's in the box. It's Grumbus.
I
Yeah, he
take a
poops a lot.
moment to try and decide how to speak without smelling this place.
Zach raises his hand and says, I'm looking for a cloak.
Well, just like a cloak.
Yeah, just a cloak. A regular cloak.
I point at Zax and look at the guy. Saying,
Yeah. Okay. Who's it for?
He looks back at you guys.
Floop is completely disconnected from reality and is having a croaking chat with the giant frog in the box.
You croak at the frog, and it croaks back at you, and it's so fucking miserable.
Aww.
It's
Like-
not because it's
like
here.
frog?
It's just in general. It is a general misery.
Like that frog from old Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah, it is like the frog from the old Bugs Bunny cartoons, just like the brrrr.
Like, yes.
Yeah. Zach pipes up again. That actually 2 cloaks. One for myself and another for my friend here. And I gesture at N.
Oh boy. Okay, 1 second.
He goes to the back.
Floop turns her head. I'd like a cloak too.
Okay, 1 second.
I mean, you just need a napkin. Like,
Yeah. After a little while, he comes back out with 2 cloaks that are of small size. So one for the goblin and one for the grung. Looking up sheepishly at Vrail, he sort of has a box, like a crate that appears just to be filled with fabric that's on the floor. And he goes,
So it's not a cloak, but it is 4 duvets stitched together.
I stare at him and then I shake my head. No.
I already have a cloak.
Okay.
I look to Zax, and then I with 2 fingers, so my fingers and my index finger on both hands, I make a house shape without a bottom.
So like a poncho? A tent? Oh, how about a tent that would be able to fit at the very least?
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Okay.
he trots off to the back, leaving you standing there. Even without Vrail's presence within the shop itself, it would still be pretty cramped in here. So Vrail
So I'm
additionally,
basically still at the door.
you are in the doorway, sort of leaning into the space that is afforded. After a little while, he comes back and has a tent that's made of a heavy canvas, and it's all done up. And he brings it forward and he thumps it on the floor.
So this one's been weatherproofed. So it'll protect you from water and rain when you're walking places wearing it.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Right? That sounds fun.
I look like I'm just done already.
Yeah, okay. What? You were
Like,
asking about a tent earlier, right? So when you asked for a tent, you were asking for a tent, not a tent to be used as a cloak? Am I correct?
I nod at the banshee.
Yeah.
Like, fucking obviously, who is this guy?
Of course.
Who is this fucking goblin?
Yeah.
Siaces giggles a little bit.
So it's gonna be 5 silver pieces for each of the cloaks, and for the tent, that's gonna be 2 gold pieces.
I give the goblin 2 gold.
I give him 5 silver for my cloak.
Okay.
Do I need a cloak? Am I wearing?
Now,
You can have one. You don't.
the conversion rate from silver to gold is 10, and from gold to platinum is 10.
The conversion in this system is 10 to 1.
Okay, yeah.
You know that, like, most common folk, like, this guy's a shop owner, and this is adventuring gear. So, like, 5 silver pieces for a cloak, like, imagine going to a mountain equipment co-op and picking up, like, you know, some weather gear. Like, that's going to be your general thing. Like, most people, when buying meals or things like that, pay in copper, sometimes in silver. Gold is, even if it's a 10 to 1 ratio, still... pretty much reserved for, like, adventuring gear, magic stuff, and other very specific equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. After he sort of pockets the coins, he looks over to Floop and goes,
You owe me 5 silver.
I said I gave it to him.
Oh,
But I
okay.
give
He happily takes it and goes,
Oh, okay, cool,
I can
thanks.
take care of that, but let's get Flint in reserve just in case. Do you also have some Flint and steel?
Flint and steel? Yeah. Hold, yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
He sort of digs around and eventually finds a flint and steel, produces it to you and goes,
That'll be another 5 silver.
I look over at Rail.
I gave him... Wait. I also make... I don't want to break a fucking gold. So I start like looking around the shop.
I could give you 2 flint and steels, or I could throw in a tinderbox. You
I
want a
shrug with one
tinderbox?
shoulder, like, yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
he hands you a box that is filled with kindling, some of which have little striking heads on them. It's basically like a big box of fantasy matches, along with a flint and steel.
All right.
There you go.
He happily takes a gold piece and sort of sniffs it and then sticks it in his pocket.
Can I interest you in some rations?
I've got some, and I start looking around at the group.
Almost all of you eat food. That's good.
I still have my 3 days worth of moss,
Yes,
so I
you do.
should be fine. Because I have been told to keep it very moistened, but I sleep in water.
We get a pretty good deal on bugs brought into us here, so we make it into these big bricks of granola, and I promised I'd try to sell it to everybody who comes in for adventuring gear. I gotta tell you, it's pretty good stuff, but not everybody's taste.
I suddenly look like I have an idea of something to get, but then I suddenly look like I have no fucking idea how to convey this. Without words.
You could just sit outside the shop and, like, shout it in the door.
I will take some of those.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're, let's see here. For 1 day's worth, it's usually about 5 silver, but I can sell them to you in blocks for 2 gold apiece.
I will take some.
They're pretty good. I mean, they're no crackers, but they're pretty good.
So I put... Go ahead.
Are they made with meat or fish?
Are bugs meat?
No.
Then no.
Then I will take some.
Cool! He goes into the back and
Meat.
drags a crate, like a shoebox-sized, like, crate that is just filled with a block of this granola, which is like nuts and bran flakes and bugs of many denominations held together with what appears to be some kind of honey or taffy, solidifying it into a brick of this shit.
Looks tasty. I'll take it.
Siaces pipes up and goes, "Oh, last time we went out, we got a bunch of these, and they actually turned out to be quite helpful."
No, not me.
Everybody
I
loves
will-
granola.
I will take it. This looks nourishing. I will take the crate.
It is.
Oh,
Depending.
great.
Here you go.
He hands it over to you and takes 2 gold.
2 gold. Okay. So 98.
There's a
Grubnola.
picture.
Grub.
Sent a picture in the Google chat.
Oh god, what do we? It's an external link. I will follow that. It's not.
Not
it
working.
goes
Yeah,
to
it's
a
not
dead thing.
It's not working.
Oh no.
okay.
Nope.
Hey, put it in Discord. I'll throw it up.
I did put a meme that represents me every time I see a new NPC in that game.
Oh yeah, just romance everywhere.
No, the rest is.
A lice loaf. Oh, jeez.
Well, in that case, Flu will want to purchase some of that bug, some grubnola.
Okay, let me just quickly grab that picture for everybody who's at home, who's now gonna have to look at this. That's
You're
cool.
welcome.
You're
Do you
all
have do you have a second crate for my grunt?
It's lice loaf.
It's lice loaf.
Congratulations. It's a
The
lice loaf.
Do you have a second crate of this for my grunt friend?
Buddy, I got as many crates as you need.
I have too much of
I'm
this.
gonna take your crate too.
Yeah, if you want. 1 second.
It goes into the back and drags out another like shoebox-sized wooden crate that is filled with a block of this stuff.
Here you go. I got some cheesecloth I could wrap it up in. Would you like that?
I would love that.
Give it a little goober flair. There you go.
And he like fucking jams a knife in one side of the crate and like breaks it and heaves it up in like a solid block, like this brick of this stuff. Wraps it up in some astonishingly clean cheesecloth. Wraps it up for you, ties it in some string, and then hoists it into your hands.
That'll be 2 gold.
I pay him. And
Oh, good, thanks.
Do you perhaps have some healing potions or healing poultice? A healer kit, perhaps?
What's a poultice?
A balm.
Like a salve?
Yeah.
Healing salves?
Sam?
No,
Well,
I don't
yeah.
have anything like that.
Ah.
I
Okay.
should get a co-op with the people that makes them, though. Shaman, I think, would be happy if I bought some and then brought them down here so that we could sell them to adventurers, but we don't get a lot of adventurers. I feel like it might go bad. Not this granola, though!
He slaps the top of the other brick before he starts wrapping it in cheesecloth for Keeper.
So I get his attention, but I cover my mouth
Yeah.
with my hand, and I say, "Do you have a bag or satchel that can attach to a belt or has a belt?" And I just close
Yeah, I got
my lips.
bags. You got like a bag for you, like a you-sized bag, or like a him-sized bag, or like a me-sized bag
for me,
for you? Sure.
but with a belt so I can carry it.
Like
Yeah.
a belt pouch.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, it's a fanny pack. It's fully a fanny backpack.
Yeah, 1 second.
A belt with a pouch. He goes into the back. He
Pouch, like a backpack.
Yeah, he comes dragging out a U-sized belt with a series of pouches on them, which appear to be in effect like regular backpacks that have just been attached to this belt.
Man, I hate it, but damn, I'm gonna take it.
So we have this. I've also got, like, one of these,
And he shakes one of the backpacks on the belt.
but, like, for you. Is that what you're after?
Yes.
Okay, what's...
Oh, he like goes into the back behind his desk and then drags out a backpack. It is, for all intents and purposes, like a two-strap backpack that has like a clasp that's done up across the chest that appears to be made from like a heavy grayish leather.
I would love it if I could wear it. Can't wear it.
Why not?
Hood's in the way.
Oh yeah, you get them. Well, I mean, the strap's adjustable. You could go over top. Plus, you're wearing the plate, right?
Yeah, but the
So-
plate was specifically made for people with Cobra hoods.
Oh yeah. Does the shoulder get the shoulders? It wouldn't be able to go on the shoulders.
No, not without the hood getting in the way. The hood goes like down to the small of my back. That's why I was looking for like a backpack size fanny pack because I could just belt it up.
Well, he does have the belt with a bunch of regular backpacks attached to it.
Man, it's gonna look so dumb. I take the regular backpack that's me sized.
Okay.
He goes, all right, let me have a look here. That's gonna cost you, by the looks of it, that's gonna be 15 gold pieces.
I stare him down.
It's so much leather, please.
I give him 10.
I was gonna say 10, so that works.
I nod.
You don't get a lot of big adventures. You don't really get a lot of adventures at all, do you, Google? No, you don't. Oh. Goober, is that how you get ants? Yes, it is, other Goober. Yes, it is.
I look around and say, "Sir, anything else we need here?"
I don't think so.
It looks like Braille can't think of anything else.
I
Turns to Guru. What was the shop you mentioned that where I can buy some healer stuff?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're looking for alchemy and enchantments and things, you gotta go up to Shaman's place.
He gives you directions.
He's a troll. He lives. His shop is in a very. It's an alleyway. I don't know if she'll fit.
He like points at Frail.
I mean, she could, but I don't know if she could get in the shop. It's kind of cramped even for regular people. Could I interest you in some caltrops?
I shapeshift.
Oh, yes. Yes. How big a bag? How much?
You shapeshift down into a human-sized person, and Goober sits there in shock for like a good few seconds, and he's like,
Okay.
Zach's kind of leans in front of him, waves his hand.
Right.
It says,
it's 2 gold. It's about 2 gold for the
About 2
caltrops.
gold?
Yeah.
Right here. Considering we've spent so much money here, how about we drop it down to 1 gold?
roll a persuasion. Yep.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And he leans into you quietly, and it's just like,
Between you and me, most of these are just sharp bits of slag that I get from tooth and claws. But I really have to haggle to get the slag off of them, so it's fine.
so, he goes,
All right, 1 gold for a bag of caltrops.
All right. Excellent. Good.
Pristine, handcrafted, artisanal
Not
caltrops.
fooling anyone.
They're very
Not fooling anyone.
insight. As far as you can tell, he's probably telling the truth. You've never really seen these things before.
Yeah, I don't know. Why did I roll? I rolled an 8. That +2 is wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't
Either
know.
way,
Fine.
yeah. So yeah, he gives you a bag of caltrops for a gold.
Like, I think he's bullshitting, but there's no way to tell.
How many caltrops are there in there?
There is, effectively, there's like about, you see between 2 and 3 dozen of these things, and they are almost razor sharp chunks of slag. That are in the rough shape of a D4, like little pyramids. You imagine that they were like just runoff of different things that are being smithed over at Tooth and Claws. That's a blacksmithy that you know of. And yeah, it seems that it's just like shitty chunks of very impure metal that have found themselves into dangerous sharp clumps like this, have just been gathered in a bag. And you know, if you whip these things out, it will cover an area and absolutely fuck people up who try to run across them.
And so I take the sack and I stow it in my backpack and like give him a good thumbs up. Okay, thanks.
The devil's Lego,
The devil's
Devil's Lego.
if you will.
Anything else? Do we need
I got
anything
a
else?
lamp. You guys need lamps?
Do we have a way to cast light?
I believe.
Do I have it? I do not, actually.
What about
I-
rope?
I can
Everybody
see
needs
in
rope.
darkness. I do not require lamps.
I take out one of the caltrops while looking at Sices, and then like take out a little tool from my bag, and then poke the caltrop, and the caltrop starts emitting light.
Ooh. Cool.
And I
Well,
poke it, and it stops.
can
I have
you?
left the store.
You are out in the street as commoners move about, keeping an appropriate distance. Actually, wait, no, you're normal size. As commoners move about, keeping an appropriate distance from you.
From me anyway, because
Because you're still a UNT. He goes,
and a bunch
I got
of my
some
other-
oil. You need some oil. Even if it's not for a lantern, you could still use it for other things. And also rope. I tell you, I got a deal on this rope.
I look at the rest of the group like, do you guys need rope? I've got rope. Do you guys need rope?
Could always use more rope. I also got fancy rope made out of silk.
You know, in case that's your kind of thing.
The vampire lady up at the soup store gave it to me. Well, gave me the silk. I made a rope out of it.
Oh.
All right, I'm good. I'll leave you guys here if you still need to shop. And I give the shopkeep a nice wave and start to make my way out.
he's just like,
Wait, Zax! I got an hourglass.
I'm,
Sure you don't need some of this?
I'm good, thank you.
Goober.
Yeah.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time figuring out what things I might need because I'm generally pretty good on things. So I'm wondering if you have anything particularly interesting that I might like.
he looks you over and goes,
Well, I mean, I don't want to be racist, but if I understand this correctly, you don't have to eat food.
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's a large amount of my stock. And you also won't die of exposure.
Yeah.
ooh. He like rubs the back of his head looking through his
the other
shop.
half of his
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on.
He goes into the back. He comes out with a little box. Climbs the little ladder until he's standing at the top of his desk. Opens the box and then with a flourish takes out a fancy silk robe.
Ooh.
It is made of like silvers and blues.
It's fancy pajamas.
How much for the robe?
Well, normally I would say I would sell this to you for 25 gold, but seeing as I stole it from a soup store, I'm willing to go down to 20 gold.
He is, of course, speaking for the people in the chat. Yes, he's talking about the vampire brothel. No, he doesn't know what a brothel is. He thinks it's a place that sells soup.
What? Oh, because because broth.
Oh, because
That's
Yeah, it's a
that's
disc
very good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I've got soap, but I don't think you need that either.
So, you wouldn't happen to have like a first aid kit of some sort, perhaps?
I could maybe make you some of one of those. No, hold on, hang on. Well, yeah, I've got. They're not expired. They don't expire, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I've got 4 healer's kits. They're right here. Hold on, let me look them up.
And he pulls like these little boxes from behind the desk up into the area where you guys can have a look at them. And don't worry, we're not going for too much longer because I know that Casey's got some appointments tomorrow. And
I
when he,
asked earlier about healing kits, and you said no.
well, he doesn't have any salves or potions. No. The healer kit, though, what he produces is it's a leather pouch containing bandages and some herbs and some splints. The kit, each of them has 10 uses. Yeah, he's an idiot. As an action, you can expend 1 use of the kit to stabilize a creature that has 0 HP without needing to make a wisdom medicine check. Yeah, so each kit has 10 uses. He has 3 of them.
He goes, I have 3. If you buy them all, they're 5 gold apiece. If you buy all 3 of them, I'll throw in the funny pajamas.
Sure.
I might need to get rid of these pajamas before the vampires find out.
Jeez. Okay. Sure.
Do Gobbo a favor.
I will take them all.
Oh, I will take one of them. So
Sure.
you don't have to pay for everything, you know.
Your
already
patronage is
got the
deeply
muffin.
appreciated. Thank you.
You already got the muffin box, so I can endorse the healer kit.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So he packs up and ties up with some wire, some thread. The silk robe, which you now have. It is a. Excuse me. Yeah. Normally worth 25 GP. It is a silk robe.
And how much for the healer kit?
The healer kits are 5 gold pieces each.
I give him 15.
Oh, nice. He happily takes each of the coins and squirrels them away into his pants.
Gross.
At this point, though, while you guys are standing there, if there is like 5 seconds of silence, he'll like sort of do a little hop and make a little jingle in his pants and be like,
Oh, okay. Out of character, I have a question. So this muffin box that I have requires an egg.
Egg and flour.
And flour, which is less of a problem, but eggs are, perishable.
Yep.
So
They take a hot minute to perish. Like farm
fresh eggs will take about a week or two. Non-refrigerated. They usually take a couple weeks before they go bad.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, back in character.
Out of character, I do have purified food and drink, so if they go bad, I can make them not bad anymore.
Oh.
Well, no, you can make them not.
You can make them safe to eat, not necessarily fresh.
Not black sludge that there would be.
Fair enough. Goober, you say that you carry food items as well, correct? Would you happen to have ingredients, eggs, flour?
No, the eggs I have you don't want.
He like shakes his head a little bit.
I don't think they're for eating. They're very old and they're mostly for throwing at people you don't like. Do you want some of those?
I will
I'll
have
take your entire stock.
if you have flour, though, I would take flour.
Yeah, actually, I do.
And he produces a 1 kilogram like block of flour. That's in a paper bag, and it's like sealed up at the top.
If you throw this into a fire, it explodes.
Noted.
Did you know that? I didn't know that. Flour is so flammable. I'm gonna give this to you for 5 silver pieces, but I need you to understand that you have to keep it away from fire. It's in already the paper bag that it's in is also flammable. Did you know that flammable and inflammable mean the same thing? I also learned that recently. Here you go.
And he holds the bag of flour out to you.
I open the door,
Give him
having
5
heard
silver.
about half of this conversation, and look to the group, mainly Siaces, and I just do like the wrap it up hand wave.
Come on.
Diocese nods knowingly. She gives Goober the 5 silver.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for all your patronage.
And he waves at you guys as you guys are leaving.
I
Okay.
stare at him through the door as the door closes.
Bye, scary lady.
He waves.
So just kindly waves at him.
What a job!
And you guys are back out on the street.
All right, great.
All right, we
Right.
need to go to Shaman's for Healy stuff.
I also need to go to a jewelry store.
All
I
right.
go with the party.
Yeah.
There
I
is
follow
2
them.
places. There
I am
is.
walking through the streets barefoot.
All right. You know, we're gonna. Well, let's wrap up what we need to do here relatively quickly. Just so that we can move on to the next bits here, because I do want to get this get the adventure underway more or less. As much as I love doing the shop scenes, and I do so much, as you can tell. I do want you guys to be on your way on the adventure before Casey's got to go to bed to do stuff. So Shaman's place that you guys make your way to is like in the back of an alley down some stairs. You find this shop, and in the shop you do find a troll that is currently running this place. Let me see if I can find his picture, and there he is. Let me just
Right in the nose.
hop in, and bam, there's Shaman. He is a troll, relatively lithe, strangely thin as far as trolls go, with like a number of different marks and tattoos. He's got long red braided hair, long ears, and curiously golden eyes. Speaks with a gruff voice. What are you looking for specifically in his store?
Mainly healing potions and healing salves, if there's any. Because if I can heal my my companions without spending magic, it would be a lot less tiresome for me, and it can save us in a very like big pickle.
Save you guys in a pinch. Okay, so let me have a look here.
So this is the magic items guy?
This is a guy. He does enchantments, and other sort of like potions and things like that.
Does he have like an inventory of the shit made already for sale, like on racks or whatever?
He does have some things, yes.
I
Healing
look at that
potions,
stuff.
regular healing potions are 50 gold pieces each.
I look at this.
Okay, let me let me
I could put some money towards some healing potions as well for the group.
I'll take 5.
Whoops.
All
was
right,
an accident.
that's okay. 5 of them.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 250 gold.
Wait, what?
They're
They're
50
50
gold
Yeah, they're
each.
50 gold apiece.
Yeah.
I heard 15. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
50.
They're 50.
I'm gonna take one.
That's okay. All right. So he hands you over one potion.
I will take one too.
Potion. All right. While you guys are in here, the potion shop. There we go. So yeah, you grab a potion as well. You can add that to your inventory and minus 50 gold.
Yeah. That's a standard potion of healing, right?
It is a standard potion of healing. I'm just quickly double checking. It heals 2d4 plus 2.
There you go. In my inventory they go.
There you go. All right. He has a couple of other magic items, not necessarily on prominent display, but some of them adorn some of the shelves behind his desk, along with a large cauldron that he has just off to the side next to him. He, if you are looking specifically for certain magic items, he asks you what you need, as it's oftentimes easier for him to make things to order rather than spend a lot of resources making something that might never sell.
Right. I'm browsing.
Do you have anything that can make me faster?
Floop just looks at Keeper.
What?
As if it's possible.
Oh, it's possible.
It is possible.
She just mumbles and crosses her hands because she's not that fast.
He goes, just kind of stroking his chin. He goes, I mean, I have something that might be able to make you quick. Maybe once a day. For a short burst.
What is it?
Cocaine. No, it's...
Jeez.
I am interested.
I do cocaine!
Yeah, no, looking over what he's got, he's just like, it's, what we have here is a talisman. It's got haste. It can cast on you once a day.
How much for it?
Items like this are pretty rare. I could make you something like that, but it costs you around 500 gold pieces.
Unfortunately, my kind do not carry gold in that quantity. Perhaps we can work out some sort of exchange. If this is not acceptable to you, this is understandable.
We absolutely could work out an exchange. I've been known to buy certain reagents from folks that are heading to the surface. Matter of fact, I got a list. Shaman's list is, in fact, available in the journal section, if you guys want to go check that out. That has a list of different magical items, or rather, different alchemical and specific items that he would buy from you.
Wonderful. I will keep an eye out for any of these while I am on the surface.
And he sees Sices over in the thing. He goes, "Hey! How's it going?"
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you, Shaman?
I'm doing great. I had a weird guy come in a little while ago, tried to eat some mushrooms, and his pet died. But other than that, we're doing pretty well.
This does sound familiar.
Yeah, it does, right? It's not one of those things that leaves you quickly.
I look around to see if there's any weapons, magical weapons on display.
There are not. There is a staff over in one of the corners. But mostly he's just like, if you're interested in anything in specific, let me know. I do enchantments, and I'll be able to make you something, but I make to order, mostly.
How much would it take to make you to get a weapon that strikes fear?
Ooh. Shit. He just sort of looks over.
Floop just mumbles to
or
herself.
Just makes me more naturally intimidating.
Isn't herself scary enough?
No.
Can always be scarier.
Never.
I mean, that's gonna run you. I mean, in material.
A lot. Got it.
Chant a real sword.
A chant a real sword. Ooh.
Basically, what I'm looking for is like advantage on fear effect.
Yeah.
Or
If it's something like that, sort of give you a sort of a natural chutzpah to your fear, your intimidation, as it were. I could do something like that. If you brought me the sword from Tooth and Claw, if you brought me one of her swords, she makes really good swords, let me tell you.
Got it.
I could have you something like that, but it's gonna run you again around 500.
Got it.
Are grungs an usual thing in town, or?
I mean, they're not common.
I was supposed to propose if he needed some poison from.
Looking over his counter at you, like, I'll give you $20 for your goop.
Okay.
Yeah, no, for
Then he plays 20 buckskins on the table.
yeah, 20 skins. Actually, you know what? He says, I'll tell you what. If you're looking for healing potions, I'll give you another potion of healing for some of your excretions.
Yellow.
Yellow light. slow down.
Stranger danger.
Stranger danger.
If I remember correctly, the green grong produces a poison, like a regular poison, and the red one produces a poison that gives a rage effect.
Yes, it does. The more advanced grungs, the poison that they give off is not just a poison thing, but also of varying effects. He basically takes out like what is a large sort of glass bowl, and in his other hand has like what appears to be like a glass wedge that he uses to sort of like gently scrape some of your natural slime into the bowl.
What was the name of the shop that he suggested?
Yay! I'm useful.
What was the name of the person or shop that he suggested to me?
Tooth and Claw. It's a
Claw,
blacksmith's.
thank Gotcha.
Yeah. So he scrapes some of that stuff off and gives you another healing potion.
Yeah,
Thanks for your business.
my pleasure.
As long as nobody's dog comes in here and tries to eat this. it'll be
Ooh, they
fine.
better not. That's red grung poison is very nasty.
Oh, don't I know it? He like sort of like gently puts it into a vial and corks it, puts it on the shelf.
Is it red?
It's like a clear. There's like a very, very thin, light pinkish tint to it.
Okay. So it's clear with skin flakes in it.
With like a little, like a rose water sort of look
Yeah.
to it. Except it's
Gross.
much thicker.
Gross.
Fun times.
This stuff is
Thick.
I look like I'm done.
Damn boy, he thick.
I nod to Shaman and leave.
Yeah, he waves to you guys as you guys are heading out. Is there anything else you guys need from in here?
Nope, I am okay. I have everything I needed.
Dope. Where are you guys heading now?
The jewelry shop.
To the jewelry shop. You are directed very specifically to a shop just down the street called Sapphires. This is a place that is run by another Draconian.
Does it look like I should stay fucking medium size?
Yeah, this is a relatively normal size, but like the door is large enough to accommodate you if you want to come in your regular larger size.
I'd rather.
And there's certainly like the ceiling is definitely high enough for you to be in here. But like there's nowhere for you to go if you come in and do that.
Okay,
Like,
fine.
there's not more space. But yeah,
I guess.
she happily welcomes you guys as you come in. Welcome to Sapphires. What can I do for you?
Hi, I'm looking for a blue gem. What kind of blue gems do you have?
Well, she like puts an elbow on the counter. Honey, I got sapphires.
Okay. Can I see some examples of your very varying worth of sapphires, if you would please?
Certainly. She gets like a little sort of like a clay, a very large bowl. It's like opened up a great deal so that you can really see all the gems that are in it. And she puts them under the table under a pane of glass so that you can look at them.
Okay. Do any of them look like they would be worth 100 gold pieces?
As you're looking them over, she kind of like leans on her elbow and looks at you over the counter and goes, "Needed for spell stuff?"
Yeah. Yes.
How much equality are you looking for?
I'm looking for one that can be used as like a homunculus core.
Quality.
Out of game, 100 gold.
Yeah, she's just like, how much gold? Like, what's the worth? What are you looking for? Like, quality, 100 gold?
About 100, yeah.
100 gold quality? Sure, I could do that. She like, fiddles through some of them, produces a beautiful looking sapphire, and puts it on the counter. I will not cheap you on this. Don't worry.
Okay, good, because I'll know pretty quickly if you do.
Of course, sapphires are quality.
Of course.
Give me a break.
How much will this run me? And I look oh so cute.
Oh man, roll me persuasion.
Persuasion.
This is the cutest goblin you've ever seen.
You give
I
her
have to turn
just
away.
the biggest, cutest gobbo eyes. And she smiles down at you, gives you a little boop on the nose, and goes, "You know what? I'll do you 85."
I
Wow.
will definitely do 85.
Ooh.
And I proceed to like get out the coins and actually like stack them up nice and neat. Eight stacks of 10, and then another 5.
And she like very neatly puts the gem into like a little silk satchel, ties it up all nice for you, and puts it on the counter, and slides it over to you next to the money, and she says, "Yeah, if you need to get your hands on any other jewels, you just let me know, yeah."
I will definitely come back if I need more jewels for spellcraft.
Yeah,
Thank
or
you.
just
So
family
much.
jewels.
Whoa!
Just like,
Boy, oh
she gives
boy.
you a little eye and then like counts the coins into the chest that she has behind the desk.
Zax takes the gem and kind of looks at it with a smile in his hand and nods to the draconian shopkeep and looks around to the group. You guys need anything here?
I shake my head.
Nope. Not that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
All right.
Thank you very much. And I leave the store.
You have yourself a pleasant day.
Thank
You
you.
as well.
Bye,
Thank
champ.
you.
She waves at you as you guys leaving. She recognized you from the arena.
Ooh.
All right, where are you guys heading to now?
Hmm.
I look at Drew. Well, I'm good. Does anybody else need anything?
That should
I'm
be
good.
fine.
I shapeshift.
This
Done with this two-legged business.
So every time you shapeshift up into your larger UNT form, I just remember like Colossus from the old X-Men arcade games, like like getting really big.
Good.
Sorry.
makes me miss Magfest.
Yeah, because like wasn't there like a guy dressed up as Colossus and he was just running around doing that?
I mean, it's a Magfest meme, right? Like, there's
Yeah.
a long history behind it. People would just be in the hallways of the convention just doing the Colossus roar, and you would hear people, like, you would just hear it echo through space. Just like one person does it, and it's just everyone
It
else
just
around just
goes.
does it. It echoes. It was
So good.
amazing.
the kind of thing that I had as a meme in a convention once was two of my friends were dressed as a guy and a woman, basically Bruce Wayne's parents, with the tiny folds of a crime scene. So they would run up to Batman, place themselves on the ground with the tiny things, and act as their parents.
That's amazing.
I heard so many cries in this convention.
It makes me very happy.
All right. So where are you guys heading to now?
I'm fine.
Gordon seems to be muted.
If we are all in agreement, I believe we should let the king know our decision.
Well, I mean, did you want to see the price of the swords at Tooth and Claw?
They're going to be less than the enchantment, so I'm probably going to get that when I get the money to enchant them.
That's fair.
Like, I'll think
Fair
about
enough.
it when I'm ready.
So back to the castle.
Yes.
Yes.
You guys make your way to the Palace of Falling Leaves. Up on the top of the hill, you guys make your way in, and you are granted audience with the king, as is requested by you guys.
Zax is trying to keep vigilance and looking out for Benji.
That motherfucker is so sneaky.
Yeah, I'm watching for this asshole.
Well, that's the thing. As you guys approach the palace and make your way up through the main gates towards sort of like the big doors that lead into the throne room, he's standing at attention outside the doors.
Yeah, okay. And he was there the whole time
Yeah, not
that we were going up.
But of course,
Okay.
not just popping in there randomly.
no, it wasn't like you get close to the door and he's just there, and you're like, like no.
I really appreciate the design of this character.
Well, thank you. But yeah, you guys make your way in, and you are granted access in to see the king. You see him once again, sitting on the obsidian throne on the far end of a long room filled with flags and other heraldry hanging on the sides.
You have returned.
We have. I think I'm only going to speak for myself, but I'm sure the group agrees that I accept the mission for the service. I look to the rest of the group.
I nod in agreement.
I nod as well.
Size curtsies.
Floop also nods.
Yeah, and he then stands.
So it shall be.
Reaching to his left, with his left hand, his arm appears to vanish into nothing. After a few seconds, he pulls his hand back, and in his hand he holds a crystal vial with a little... It almost looks like a fancy perfume bottle, because it's a crystal vial with one of those little, like, sort of crystal corks in the top of it.
Stopper.
A stopper, thank you.
Yeah.
Inside appears to be a swirling black liquid.
I shall bestow upon you the essence of our kingdom. This, in a time of need, should you require it. Shatter this vessel upon the ground, and my aid will be yours for as long as I am able.
He holds his hand out, and it floats towards your party.
It's too precious for Floop to take that responsibility.
I take it.
Grasping your hand around it, it definitely feels a lot more solid than it lets on. Like, you get a grip of it, and it's got some heft, strangely.
And
Can I
now,
tell-
to the point of Chaturga.
What was that? Sorry?
I said, can I tell what it is? Like,
Roll me an Arcana check.
no. Yes! I mean, yes!
Yeah. Looking at it through the sort of crystal decanter that it's come in, oh, thank you for the bit, Saffron. I'm glad that we're finally talking to the king. I know, you're so excited.
We've been talking to the king. Where are you? Fuck.
Swirling inside the crystal decanter appears to be concentrated magic. It's not like anything you've seen before, but it appears as though, like, looking at it and looking around and looking at the king, it might be some portion of his essence. So whatever it is extraordinarily potent in its magical properties.
Okay.
Once again, he, instead of like reaching his hand into the sort of pocket space, he brings both of his hands into an open space and then brings them together. And as he does, there is this sort of coalescence, this sudden rush in of magic that takes form in the form of a small crystal sphere.
In this, the vessel that I give to you, I would ask that you find the heart of Chaturga and contain its power within this.
And once again, he sort of opens his hands, and the crystal ball, which is, about, like, you could palm it, floats across the room towards your party.
Zax will take this one.
Zax, roll me a will save.
Fine.
And then another one because fucking Vrail's staring at him.
You don't touch shit. Oh, it's an 8. Okay, so your hands close around this this crystal ball, which appears to not have anything in it. It just appears to be a clear crystal ball. But when the second your hands close around it, you get a sense of almost extraordinary vertigo. Not that you are standing on the edge of something tall, but it's that sense going into the crystal ball. This crystal ball fills you with such a sense of emptiness. Like, there appears to be an extreme void that exists within it.
I kind of grimace, and if I'm able to, I will probably put it in my backpack so that I'm not physically touching it.
Yeah, when you put it in your bag, the second your hands are off of it, the sensation leaves you.
He shakes his head, kind of trying to clear himself of that sensation.
This
Are you
vessel
okay?
will allow you to absorb the essence of an underlord like me. Bring it back so that we may use it and our kingdom may prosper.
How do we use it to contain it?
Truthfully, the answer to that question may change. Chaturga may take on a number of forms, depending on the form it takes, or depending upon the environment that you find him in. You at the very least need to make sure that this orb makes contact with its heart, its core, its center. This may
Narrow
be
my-
within an entity. It may also be found removed somewhere within his territory.
Like a phylactery.
He nods at you.
I narrow my eyes and I just nod at that idea.
Great.
Fluke just hugs her staff, and she doesn't dare to say anything.
I understand that what I ask of you is difficult. The survival of this quest is slim. The fate of our worlds hangs upon the edge of a sword. My ability to assist you in this is limited. But if there is more that you would ask of me before you venture to the surface, please.
I pipe up. Why is there no mention or record of Chattur'gha or the Legion, or most of the information of Oron in your archive?
Much of what exists in the archives is information pulled from the Empire of Bravaldon. Its information is a light cast through the lens of their ignorance. That said, entities like myself, like Chattur'gha, the Legion, they are not officially recognized by the Empire. If they know of us at all, they know we are real. But they would never admit openly to the public that we or this kingdom exists. To do so would be to admit their ultimate failure.
I nod. And that's it.
All right.
I can't think of anything else, so
All right.
Keeper
And
remains
so-
silent.
If you guys have no more, then Benjamin would escort you guys back out of the throne room.
Yes. Alright.
All right. And as you guys are standing outside the throne room with old Benji, he goes, "Right, so this is all very serious."
Isn't everything?
No. I mean, there's a goblin who's very fond of crackers, and that lifts his spirits on occasion.
I give Keeper the that item that was that I took.
The file?
Ah, the file.
Yeah, the file.
Okay. Okay. I guess I will hold on to this.
Something tells me that it may not be safe back where I'm going.
Understood. I will keep it safe.
I have a theory. And she leaves it at that.
I have a theory. Our games theory. No. Okay. Oh, God, I hate Matt Pat so much. All right, so
I hate his voice, but I like his videos, so I watch them.
yes, I'm in that boat. I love the stuff that he's doing. Most of the content that he makes is like interesting and asks questions. A lot of the content he's make is asking a lot of questions for the sake of asking them because he really ran out of like theories to talk about a while ago. And then his voice grates on me. But there we are. So you guys are then brought, if you guys have nothing else, no other business within the palace, you are brought back outside the palace into the Autometh proper. What then? will our intrepid adventurers do?
I mean,
Well-
we head out.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys just head for the
Um,
What
surface?
do we do now? Should we
No.
just go now?
No, I have business to attend to my in my temple before we leave.
Yes, we do.
But then that's it.
Okay.
How long will you take?
Do you need to travel alone, or do you want?
You won't be allowed into the temple.
Okay.
Not only that, you specifically might not even be able to survive being inside the temple.
Just
Okay.
you.
Literally just you.
Okay.
You are the only person without a poison resistance.
Yeah, we have poisonous oils vaporized into the.
That doesn't sound like a fun time.
It's a luxurious, amazing time.
That wouldn't sound like a fun time to me.
That's why you shouldn't go into the temple.
I will
That's
take
why.
that advice.
You
Good.
don't go there. All right.
That being said, it could be left till next time, or
Not at all. No, dude, I want to wrap this up.
yeah.
All right,
Well,
so
okay.
you head back to your temple.
I'm just thinking about Casey's time.
Casey, are you good to hang on for just a little bit longer?
A little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll see how long it
That's
takes.
my concern. Yeah, that's my concern. So I'd go to the temple, and
Mhm.
folks will wait outside. I don't know where they. I'd go to my part of the temple.
Mhm.
I don't know if how far into the temple they're allowed.
All outsiders would be asked to remain outside of your part of the temple. So the Yuan-Ti network is allowed by you, but not them, unless you
Yeah.
specifically request that they join you. They are left to hang out with the lizard folk.
I am definitely not going anywhere near the places that even smell a hint of poison.
And guess who you guys get to hang out with while Vrail is down in her temple?
Two pretty awesome
The
people.
hero of the story.
The
Yeah,
hero of the
Abigail
story.
P. Gator.
You
Right.
lucky bitches. When you're this mean and scary, you don't get to hang out with the protagonist of the plot. So I go into the temple, and I tell the guards to gather folks for announcement.
Yeah, like a royal announcement.
Yeah.
The guards
Royal
obey
decree.
and gather in as many of the others as they can. You, once gathered in one of the larger chambers that are there, you stand before what is effectively hundreds of other Yuan-Ti in a mixture of purebloods and abominations. You stand before quite a large amount of your people, what remains of your kingdom.
Do I see or notice my brother?
He is not present.
Before I I look across at the everybody, and also before I start speaking, I use a skill. Why can I never? Damn it! There it is.
Divine sense. The presence of strong evil registers in your senses like a noxious odor. The powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. At the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type, celestial, fiend, or undead, of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. Within the same radius, you can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hollow spell. You can feature a number of times. You can place your Christian fire. Yeah, okay. Opening up your divine senses to this area. What are you looking for?
fiends.
Amongst your people, there is no demonic corruption. There are no fiends. There's no demons or anything like that amongst your people.
Okay.
Fucking smart, though, of you to do that. My God. Because you're about to go back to your kingdom that got ousted by a bunch of fucking demons. You want to make sure they don't have spies in here.
Yep.
Damn, son.
Smart.
He is smart.
And like, I assume that there's evil and shit, and I fuck in my temple. Come on.
Well, that's the thing, is that that they no longer, paladins no longer sense with their divine sense. They no longer feel like alignments. That's not a thing anymore.
Yes, it is. This is from 5th ed.
Yeah, with 5th edition, all this spell does, divine sense, is lets you know if there's any undead or celestials or
It
fiends.
says the presence of strong evil registers in your senses like a noxious odor.
Mhm.
The powerful good rings in like heavenly music.
Yeah, but then like that's the flavor. The thing
Yeah.
below it is, as an action, you open your awareness to detect such forces, and then this is what it
Alright.
boils down to.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like if you know these people mostly,
Yeah.
so like you know most of them. You know, I like all of you half as much as I should like, and half of you twice as much as you deserve.
Yep. But I love you all. Like,
All right, so you stand now before these people, assured that there are, at least within 60 feet of you, no demons.
Not that. You know my background and all that.
I do.
So, as you may or may not be aware, I recently undertook a challenge with a group of others to garner favor with the King of Autometh.
And to that, a lot of the those who are below you that you were speaking to all like hiss in appreciation, sort of like a cheer, like yeah, spectacular.
Saffron donated $5
It comes
Canadian
to
dollars.
little surprise
Why
that
no Drago though?
did garner favor with the king. So I and they will be going to the surface with his protection or guidance. The King of Autometh has offered assistance in our reclamation of Oron.
There is a silence of awe.
My goal at the end of my assistance to the King of Autometh is to retake our old ancestral homeland under our name, away from the demons and devils that claimed it, and away from the elves and humans that claimed it before.
Is this just like an announcement, or are you like rousing people with this?
This is not really rousing. It's an it's a speech.
It's a speech. As I say,
Yeah.
because like there'll be like muted cheering almost, as people will be like,
Yeah, great.
Shalashaska.
Yeah, this is an address. Like, those who wish to stay will be allowed, but those that wish to move back to our homeland, back from these legion of demons, those will have to prepare for battle. While I am gone, train. those that cannot fight or do not wish to fight train in things that would be required of the growth of a kingdom. Learn how to be farmers, tailors, craftsmen. If you already are, hone that further.
Yeah, as Esteban says, this is a grudge. An old grudge.
An old grudge! Once we have our homeland secured, those that have trained and those that wish to continue our worship and reverence and of sacrifice and suffering as we do now, will move out to our reclaimed home. I will be bringing the entirety of the clutch with us. The clutch being all of the eggs and things. Once safety can be assured.
Many of them nod.
I also plan to give this offer to the Yuan-Ti of the Black City. Though they are mildly detestable for not wanting to be a part of our temple in the first place, I wish to give them the opportunity to see what our lands were and what they're going to be. What say you all?
To that, there is a rouse of cheers and caws and hisses that reach up to you on the balcony in which you stand. It appears as though a lot of these people are very behind the idea that actually reclaiming their homeland, while always a distant dream, has never necessarily been something that they imagined that they would either see within their lifetime or see happen at all. It's always one of those things you dream about, but like it never actually happens, you know? So yeah, everybody's fucking crazy about it. Like the people absolutely like break into cheers and hisses and things up to you. Some of the servants that are there, one of them tells you that they will pass along your message to the Yuan-Ti communities within the Black City.
I give a nod in thanks. Like, yes, you will.
Yes, you will.
And I leave. I leave the podium, and
yeah,
that's it.
There's a bunch of people that like, you know, start, you know, giving you rousing cheers and like good lucks and everything as you guys are leaving. As you're heading up, you can hear in the distance some of the guards putting together plans for training regiments, and some of the other people being like, okay, well, we can start training people in like, you know, looming and leather working
like
and smithing and
a bunch of people that trained to be like army generals that literally never got any kind of action anywhere close to it are super fucking stoked now.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of preppers being told like, okay, we're gonna do this. There's gonna be a zombie outbreak this day. They're just like, fuck yes! Like,
finally, I've been waiting too
long.
Our battle will be legendary. And yeah. You make your way back up to the temple topside. Waiting you at the top of the stairs leading up into the Lizard Folk Temple is Gatkik. She very warmly greets you and one last time asks if you would like any of the meat that she has prepared for you.
I smile to her and taste.
Yeah, there's like little raw bits and other bits that are seasoned and salted and other bits that have been cooked.
Oh, seasoned but not cooked.
Awesome. Yes, you get yourself some seasoned meat.
It is not common that especially her.
Yeah.
But seen me smile.
She smiles. Yeah, and when you do, Gatkik just keeps smiling to you, like just as warm as ever, like big mom energy radiating off her. She gives you a bow and steps back and lets you head out. And yeah, you guys make your way to Autometh proper.
However, before we set out, I'd make a point to go back to Par's parts and get the mount.
Yep. As you're picking it up, Par, gives you a nod, says, "Don't be stupid," and gives you like a little wave and a wink as you head your way out.
I wave and jokingly say, "No promises."
How can I be stupid? You're taking all of it up. Yeah. And then you guys head out to Autometh. As you approach the arena where the exit to the surface is located, Benjamin is, of course, politely waiting. Are we all ready, then?
I believe we are.
Indeed. Yes, we are.
Flute nods silently, hugging her staff.
Zax gives a thumbs up from his mount.
And the mount, additionally.
That mount's name is Helper.
I don't give a shit what anyone says. It's named Helper. Fuck it.
Helper.
I haven't given it a name.
Okay.
All right. Then he politely leads you through what is effectively a small portal that, when you walk through it, you notice leads into what is an illusory wall in a series of abandoned and ransacked tombs that exist just below the surface, eventually leading to a large set of stone doors that sit slightly ajar upon the surface world in Emerron. You have made your way now to the edge of the monstrous wastes at the gates of Autometh. And it is there that we end our game for tonight.
Hey!
I have a button that appreciates me. Sorry.
Preach button.
I got a big preach button. Thank you all so much for coming out to our game tonight. This was a huge amount of fun putting this together for you guys. I'm glad that I know that we went a little bit later, but I really wanted to get to just the end of the usual roleplay stuff and get you on the surface. That's where I wanted to wrap us up, but I didn't want to shortchange anything too much.
I figured that's where we were gonna end, was like walking out.
Yeah.
I was just really, I just really didn't want to drag it out personally, because I was like, oh fuck, I got a whole thing I gotta do. I got like king shit to do.
And I'm so glad that you did, because I'm like, the whole things it makes my fucking day. Like, that made my month just now. Like, that's so great. I'm so glad for it. Yes, God.
Like my speech.
You wrote a big speech thing to give to your people. That's fucking awesome, dude. Like, I'm about that shit.
I wrote it while we were playing this game.
Oh, that's awesome though. So yeah, I'm so glad that we got a chance to do all of this, and this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you all so much as well for your support, for all of our new follows, our bits and subscriptions, our donations that we got here today. You guys are on the surface now, and you begin your intrepid adventure upon the continent of Emerron. This is so cool. So
you made it.
We got a big walk. So thank you all so much, and GXP Streams, good to have you here. If you want to join our community, there's a link to our Discord down below if you want to come and hang out with us. We stream here Monday to Friday, 7 till 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We do D&D every Thursdays, and we have 2 teams that we go back and forth. This is the A team. There's a B team that also swaps in every other Thursday, and there is a big giveaway on Sunday that we've got going on here. On Sunday, just to remind everybody, we have a big thing that we're doing where NBsaurus Rex is going to paint me up in a whole bunch of rainbow colors. And we're going to be doing a big giveaway where we're giving away a whole bunch of game keys for Steam. So if people want to come check that out, let me know. And until next time, my brave citizens, I am Toronto's greatest supervillain and evil genius, Dr. Terawatt. This is our Layer 4.0. I've been your kind and benevolent DM this evening,
and I'm
hopefully. And we have our players going down our list here. We've got Siaces Blue Leaf, our Banshee Bard, being played by Cassie D20 Love Chew.
Yeah!
Hey, yeah. Good night, everybody. Love you.
It sounds like a bubblegum brand.
Blue Diamond.
D20 Love Chew. And of course, we got Spooty Poots playing our UNT Abomination and Vrail Alo.
Absolutely, I am.
Hell yeah. And we've got.
She smiled.
She smiled, you guys. And it wasn't when a whole bunch of things were on fire. So that only happens sometimes. We've also got Warden playing Keeper, our Thrycreen monk.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
And we've got Shaskar playing our Goblin Artificer, Zax.
The cutest little goblin.
Hell yeah. And last but certainly not least, we've got Casey, the Killing Chick, playing our Grung Druid, Floop.
Floop!
Woo!
Kisses and tickles and it pisses Vrail off.
And we will see you all next time on our next live stream. End of line.
Yeah. Bye.
And I'm Spooty Poots.